Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Proof of failure. The broadcast did not arrive as a sound. It arrived as a vibration in the marrow of the bone, a harmonic frequency that bypassed the ears and hummed directly into the skulls of every living soul on Earth. The needle-like spire of the Karsing Ridge punctured the cloud line, a 400-metre spike of obsidian geometry. Its surface did not reflect the harsh alpine sun. Instead, it drank the light, shifting in slow, agonizing patterns that looked like math given physical form. Decryption complete, Dr. Elin Kross's voice cracked through the tactical net, strained by the G-force of the command transport. The signal is a binary verdict, Commander. It's repeating on every band, satellites, shortwave, even the deep-sea cables. Commander Hale Veyra gripped the handles of the drop bay. Below, the mountain range was a jagged spine of ice and rock. The transmitter sat atop it like a splinter in a wound. "Give it to me straight. Cross," Veyra ordered. "Planetary status. Failed," Kross read. "Neutralization coordinates transmitting." "Failed?" Veyra's eyes locked on the needle. "The hell we have. Strike package Alpha. You are cleared hot. Erase that thing from the map." 4 Raptor K stealth bombers banked out of the high-altitude haze. They dropped like hawks, their bays snapping open to release a swarm of hypersonic missiles. The ordnance ignited, carving white scars across the bruised purple of the twilight sky. The transmitter did not fire back. It simply existed. As the first missile crossed the 3-kilometre perimeter, the air itself fractured. A lattice of invisible force planes sharp as monofilament wire shimmered into existence for a microsecond. A high-altitude reconnaissance drone trailing the missiles flew directly into the grid. It didn't explode. It simply ceased to be a single unit. The machine was diced into centimetre-perfect cubes that tumbled silently into the tree line below, a rain of technical confetti. "Missiles are losing lock," the lead pilot screamed over the comms. The hypersonic projectiles designed to track thermal and radar signatures with surgical precision suddenly veered. They curved away from the spire in impossible high-G arcs. The guidance system screamed as the missiles slammed into the granite base of the ridge, 3 miles wide of the target. The mountain shook. A plume of pulverized rock and ancient ice geysered into the air, but the needle remained untouched. "Veyra, the mountain is reacting," Kross shouted. Her data feed showed the topographical map of Karsing warping in real time. "It's not just a structure. The whole ridge is part of the system." "Adjust and re-engage," Veyra barked. "Bring the bombers in closer. Use the railguns. Don't trust the guidance." The 2 lead stealth bombers dipped lower, pushing into the thin atmosphere of the peak. They throttled up, their engines roaring against the thinning oxygen. Suddenly the air distorted. A gravity shear field, a localized violent warping of space, erupted between the 2 aircraft. The left wing of the lead Raptor K folded upward, as if gripped by a giant invisible hand. The pilot struggled to compensate, but the shear didn't just push, it twisted. The aircraft was sucked into the flight path of its wingman. The collision was instantaneous. A fireball bloomed against the black obsidian of the spire. Debris, jagged shards of titanium and burning fuel, rained down the mountainside. The shockwave rattled Veyra's transport, nearly throwing the crew from their seats. "Status!" Veyra yelled. "We lost them." Kross's hands flew over her terminal. "Commander, the transmitter is adapting. It's folding the terrain to create shielding. Look at the scans." Below, the very rock of Karsing was sliding. Massive plates of granite shifted like the scales of a serpent, rising up to form a physical, Rampart around the base of the transmitter. Rook 17, deploy, Veyra commanded. From the belly of the transport, the autonomous combat drone dropped. Its thrusters flared, blue ion fire stabilizing its descent. Unlike the manned bombers, Rook 17 was a compact mass of tungsten and sensors, designed for the high-pressure environments that killed humans. Acquiring target, the drone's synthesized voice reported. Rook 17 didn't fire missiles, it accelerated. Using the momentum of its fall, it angled its primary rail cannon directly at a flickering seam near the transmitter's base. Veyra, if you hit that conduit, we might break the broadcast, Kross urged. The drone fired. A 3-kilogram slug of depleted uranium shattered the sound barrier, trailing a wake of ionized air. The slug didn't hit the obsidian shell. It hit the tectonic rampart just as it was closing. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the transmitter's foundation. A jagged scar tore across the outer shell of the needle. For the first time, the shifting geometric pattern stuttered. A spray of violet sparks erupted from an exposed internal conduit. "The signal!" Kross cried out. "The coordinates! They've paused! It's working!" For 3 seconds, the bone-deep vibration stopped. The world went silent. The silence was worse. Deep within the bowels of the mountain, a heavy tectonic groan echoed. The ground didn't just shake, it buckled. "Commander, get out of there!" Kross's voice rose to a frantic pitch. "Energy spike, it's not a reset, it's a redundancy!" From the centre of the scarred ridge, a secondary structure began to rise. It didn't emerge from the ground. It seemed to unfold from the air itself, a shimmering, translucent relay that mirrored the first. The vibration returned, twice as loud and 3 times as fast. The decoded fragment on Kross's screen updated. Redundancy, active. Neutralization phase, accelerated. Time, remaining, 6 o'clock. "The countdown just jumped," Veyra said, her voice cold. She watched as the mountain continued to fold in on itself, the 2 needles now pulsing in synchronized rhythm. "We didn't stop it, we just made it angry." The transport pulled into a hard bank as the gravity shear fields expanded, reaching for them like invisible claws. "We can't hit it from the air anymore," Veyra stated, strapping into her jump harness. "The shield is total. We're going in on foot. We find that core, or we watch the clock run out." The transport's alarm shrieked as the mountain below began to glow with a dull subterranean heat. The Chimera transport didn't land. It disintegrated. A localized gravity spike caught the ship's tail as it crossed the ridge, shearing the engine housing away like wet paper. The air inside the hold vanished in a violent decompression scream. Veyra didn't wait for the crash. She kicked the emergency release on the maglocks. "Jump! Now!" The team fell into a chasm of swirling ice and obsidian dust. Veyra's thruster pack flared, fighting the erratic pull of the mountain. Below, the ice ravine opened like a jagged mouth. Veyra slammed into a shelf of permafrost, the impact rattling her teeth. Beside her, Rook 17 hit the slope, its metallic limbs scraping against the stone as it anchored itself with kinetic spikes. Dr. Kross tumbled past, caught in a swirling eddy of snow, until Rook 17's tether snaked out and jerked her to a halt. "Report," Veyra hissed, checking her rifle's charge. "Atmospheric pressure is rising," Kross gasped, her HUD flickering. "The mountain is drawing us in. The gravity spikes. They aren't defensive. They're a vacuum. It's pulling everything toward the core." "Then we stop fighting the fall," Veyra said. She looked up. The sky was a narrow strip of grey, rapidly closing as the rock plates of Karsing shifted overhead. "We go down." They descended into a breach in the ridge, a vertical throat lined with the same shifting obsidian as the transmitter. The air here was thick, smelling of ozone and scorched copper. As they hit the floor of the first sublevel, the architecture groaned. The walls didn't just move, they flowed. A hallway that stretched straight for 50 meters suddenly twisted 45 degrees. The floor tilted, becoming a steep incline. Movement detected, Rook 17 announced. Its sensor head spun 360 degrees. Geometric signatures, non-biological. From the seams of the shifting walls, the sentinels emerged. They were not drones or soldiers. They were floating polyhedrons of matte black metal, rotating around glowing central cores. They didn't carry rifles. They carried the mountain. A sentinel pulsed. The floor beneath Veyra's feet liquefied into a granular slurry. She scrambled back as the section of the walkway simply folded into the ceiling. "Contact!" Veyra yelled. She opened fire, the pulse rounds from her carbine splashed against the sentinel's hull. The machine didn't dodge. It shifted its local gravity, causing the bullets to orbit its core before slinging them back toward the team. "Take cover!" Veyra shoved Kross behind a protruding pillar. Rook 17 moved in a blur of mechanical efficiency. It calculated the return vectors, intercepting the deflected rounds with its armoured chassis, while its own rail cannon whined to life. A single high-velocity slug punched through the Sentinel's core. The machine didn't explode. It collapsed into a dense marble-sized sphere and fell through the floor. "Keep moving," Veyra ordered. "Don't let them box us in." They ran. Every 10 meters the corridor reconfigured. A doorway would appear, only to seal shut as a solid slab of stone slid across it. Veyra used her shoulder to ram through a closing aperture, dragging Kross behind her. Rook 17 followed, but the drone's logic was struggling. The architecture was playing a game of spatial shells. The drone's internal mapping software was screaming. It couldn't find a fixed point. "Commander, the Sentinels are redirecting the flow," Rook 17 reported. "They are herding us." "Let them," Veyra said, her breathing heavy. "As long as they're herding us toward the centre." The pressure in the air increased. Kross's scanners began to chime a steady rhythmic tone. "I've got a massive power signature ahead," Kross shouted over the grinding of the walls. "It's stable, a nexus point. If I can get into the system there, I can kill the broadcast." They burst into a massive vaulted chamber. Unlike the shifting corridors, this room was static. Tall pillars of data-etched crystal rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. It was quiet. The frantic grinding of the mountain subsided into a low electrical hum. "The control nexus," Kross breathed. She ran toward a central dais where light pulsed in a rhythmic golden hue. "Finally, I can see the logic now. It's a closed-loop system." Veyra didn't lower her rifle. She scanned the perimeter. The silence felt like a trap. "Hurry, Kross. The clock is still ticking." Kross's fingers danced over the interface of the alien dais. Her HUD reflected streams of light-speed data. She looked triumphant. "I'm in. I'm seeing the judgment parameters. They've been recording us for centuries. Every war, every industrial spill, every species we've pushed to the brink. It's all here. It's a statistical proof of failure." "Can you shut it down?" Veyra demanded. Kross's face went pale. The triumph vanished, replaced by a cold, hollow terror. "Commander, this isn't the control nexus." "Explain." "It's an archive," Kross whispered. Her hands shook. "It's a black box. The system isn't broadcasting a request for orders. It's broadcasting a completion report. The judgment is already over. The verdict was reached decades ago." A deep, subterranean thud vibrated through the floor. It wasn't the mountain shifting. It was a physical impact from above, somewhere in the upper atmosphere. "The transmitter doesn't control the countdown, Veyra," Kross said, looking up at the ceiling. "It only announces it. The real neutralization mechanism, it's already inbound from deep space. It's not a signal. It's a physical object." The chamber began to shudder. The stable pillars of the archive started to retract into the floor. The false safety of the room evaporated. "Rook! Status!" Veyra yelled. The The sentinels are returning, the drone stated, in greater numbers. They are no longer herding us. They are sealing the chamber. The exits vanished. The walls of the archive began to compress inward, the massive crystal pillars grinding against each other. Kross, move. Veyra grabbed the doctor by her harness. The core. Kross pointed to a deepening pit opening in the centre of the room. The only way to stop the incoming strike is to overload the transmitter's power source. We have to disrupt the guidance beam before that thing hits the atmosphere. How much time? Kross looked at her flickering HUD. 004800. The mountain groaned again, louder this time. Above them, the first of the alien sentinels began to descend from the ceiling, their cores glowing a lethal, brilliant red. 48 minutes, Veyra said, slamming a fresh mag into her carbine. Move, into the pit. The floor didn't just open, it dissolved into a shimmering veil of particles. Gravity died instantly. Veyra's stomach lurched into her throat as she drifted into the central void of the Karsing transmitter. The chamber was a hollowed-out sphere, kilometres wide, illuminated by the rhythmic violet pulse of the core at its centre. Magnetics, Veyra barked. Her boots found no purchase. Rook 17's thrusters hissed, the drone snagging Veyra and Kross with its manipulator arms to keep them from drifting into the abyss. The core is the anchor, Kross shouted, her voice echoing in the weightless expanse. It's holding the mountain together through a pinpoint singularity. If we overload it, the whole ridge collapses. And the signal? Veyra asked, checking her rifle. It fractures. Without the transmitter's guidance beam, the neutralization object will lose its lock on Earth's centre of mass. Movement flickered in the dark. From the curved walls of the sphere, dozens of sentinels detached like ticks from a hide. They didn't use thrusters. They manipulated the local gravity, skipping through the air in jagged, non-linear bursts. Contact! Veyra pushed off Rook 17's chassis. She fired as she drifted. The recoil of her carbine pushed her backward, spinning her through the air. She used the momentum, tucking into a roll and firing a 3-round burst into a sentinel's glowing eye. The machine shattered, its fragments instantly, accelerated by a sudden gravity pulse. Rook, clear a path. The drone dived into the swarm. It moved with terrifying precision, rotating its rail cannon on a gimbal to track targets across 360 degrees. Kinetic slugs tore through the sentinels, but for everyone destroyed, 2 more emerged from the obsidian seams. I see the detonation point. Kross pointed to a ring of exposed energy conduits circling the core. The primary bridge. We have to bridge the conduit with a manual override. A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. The air distorted. A massive chunk of the mountain's internal bracing, 10 tons of granite, sheared off and flew across the void. Veyra saw it coming. She didn't have the thrust to dodge. "Veyra!" Kross screamed. Rook 17 slammed into Veyra, the impact throwing her clear of the rock's path. The stone slab caught the drone's secondary propulsion housing. Metal screamed. Sparks sprayed into the dark as Rook 17's left thruster bank was flattened into a mangled wreck. The drone spun wildly, out of control. "Rook, compensate!" Veyra fired her emergency EVA charge, a single-use gas canister that propelled her toward the spinning drone. She caught the drone's frame, but the momentum dragged them both toward the core. Below them, the violet heart of the machine flared. A wave of raw radiation washed over them, setting the air on fire. "We're losing time!" Kross yelled. She had reached the conduit bridge, her magnetic boots locked onto the central ring. "Veyra, I need the trigger. The sentinels are closing in." Veyra looked back. A swarm of 12 sentinels was converging on Kross. The doctor was defenceless, her hands buried in the alien machinery. Veyra's breath hitched. She looked at Rook 17, its sensors flickering, its frame leaking hydraulic fluid. If she stayed to stabilize the drone, Kross died. If she went to Kross, The drone, their only heavy fire support, would drift into the core's singularity. Hesitation cost them. A sentinel fired. A beam of white-hot energy lanced through the air, striking the conduit bridge. The platform Kross stood on buckled. No! Veyra ignited her last thruster charge. She reached Kross just as the bridge began to disintegrate. She slammed the detonator into the doctor's hands and turned to face the swarm. Do it! Now! Kross jammed the override into the conduit. The violet light of the core turned a blinding, violent white. A massive discharge of energy erupted from the centre. It hit the swarm of sentinels, vaporizing them instantly, but the feedback loop surged through the bridge. The structure tore apart. Rook 17, unable to maneuver with its damaged thrusters, was caught in the gravitational backdraft. The drone was pulled toward the singularity at the heart of the core. Rook, Veyra reached out, but the distance was too great. The drone's optical sensor locked onto Veyra one last time. Mission continues. The drone's voice crackled and died. The drone vanished into the violet light. The singularity didn't just consume it. It crushed the machine into a point of zero volume. The heavy fire support was gone. The path back was destroyed. The chamber began to groan with the weight of a dying god. Veyra, look at the sky. Kross pointed upward through the widening cracks in the mountain ceiling. High above, a burning red star had appeared in the atmosphere. The neutralization object. Time remaining, 0 hours, 6 minutes, 0 seconds. The core flared one last time, a scream of dying energy that shattered the remaining gravity in the room. They were trapped in the centre of a collapsing mountain, with 6 minutes to live and no way out. The air was a slurry of pulverized granite and ozone. Veyra's oxygen alarm chirped, a thin, rhythmic needle in her ear. Her HUD was a spiderweb of cracks, the display flickering with data she no longer needed. The red star in the sky was no longer a point of light. It was a burning eye, widening as it tore through the upper ionosphere. The singularity is feeding, Kross shouted, her voice distorted by the static of a dying comms unit. She was clinging to a jagged spar of obsidian, her knuckles white through her tactical gloves. The collapse is asymmetrical. If we don't hit the final overload, the mountain just swallows us and the beam stays locked. Where is the primary switch? Veyra kicked off a floating chunk of a Sentinel's chassis. She drifted across the void, her hand reaching for a severed power cable. She caught it, the sudden tension jerking her shoulder with a sickening pop. She didn't scream. There wasn't enough air to waste on a scream. The heart of the conduit! Kross pointed toward the base of the core where the violet light had condensed into a white-hot needle. But the manual lock is damaged. The magnetic pins won't seat. A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. Veyra's vision went black for a second as the sheer force of the shift tried to peel the skin from her bones. A massive slab of the ceiling, 50 tons of mountain, dropped toward them. Move! Veyra fired her grappling line. The hook bit into a receding pillar. She yanked Kross toward her just as the slab pulverized the obsidian spar where the doctor had been crouching a second before. The impact sent a cloud of razor-sharp shards through the air. One caught Veyra's thigh, slicing through the pressurized suit. She felt the cold bite of the atmosphere, followed immediately by the warm, wet pressure of her own blood. She slapped a sealant patch over the tear without looking. Ammunition? Veyra asked, her voice a rasp. Empty, Kross said, showing her sidearm. The pulse rounds were fried by the last discharge. Veyra checked her carbine. 2 rounds. The weapon was a club now. They drifted toward the final relay. The environment was an entropic nightmare. The living architecture of the mountain was dying, its self-repair systems misfiring. Corridors outside were slamming shut, trapping the heat of the core inside the sphere. The temperature was climbing toward the melting point of steel. Veyra, look. Kross pointed to the switch. It was a heavy, industrial-grade lever, salvaged from human tech and fused into the alien conduit. It was designed to bridge the final gap in the energy flow, but the locking mechanism, the part that should have held it in place against the gravitational backdraft, was a twisted wreck of slagged metal. The lever was vibrating, it wanted to snap back. "It won't stay," Kross said, her voice hollow. "The magnetic field from the core is pushing it open. Someone has to hold it. Physically." Veyra looked at the clock on her cracked HUD. 000412. If the switch isn't held when the neutralization strike hits the upper atmosphere, the guidance beam won't break, Kross explained, her eyes darting between the lever and the burning sky above. "The failure will be total. Earth dies, and we die in a hole for nothing." Another pulse. The mountain groaned, a sound of tectonic agony. The walls of the chamber were closing in, the sphere shrinking as the singularity at the centre pulled the world into itself. "Veyra, your suit," Kross whispered. Veyra looked down. The sealant patch on her leg was blooming red. Her oxygen was at 4%. Her left arm hung limp at her side, the shoulder dislocation making every movement a nauseating trial. They were two broken women in a breaking world. "Get to the extraction pod," Veyra said. "What?" "Veyra, the pod is 2 levels up. Without a drone, you can't—" "The pod is calibrated for a single occupant now anyway," Veyra interrupted. She gripped the lever. The vibration hummed through her arm, shaking her teeth. "The mountain is folding. If you don't leave now, the path to the surface will be sealed forever." "We can find another way. An improvised—" "There is no other way, Elin," Veyra barked. She slammed her good hand against the console. "The math doesn't work. Look at the sky. That thing is coming to erase us because we're a failed species. Prove the machine wrong. Get the data out. Tell them we didn't just sit and wait for the end." Incoming fire, not from sentinels but from the mountain itself. A spray of molten copper erupted from a ruptured cooling line. Veyra threw herself over the switch, the liquid metal splashing against her backplate. She hissed as the heat seared through the ceramic layers. "Go," Veyra yelled. "That's an order, Doctor." Kross hesitated, her face a mask of grief and tactical logic. The logic won. She grabbed a floating debris shield, using it as a rudder to catch the next gravity wave. "Veyra!" "Oof!" Kross kicked off, her silhouette disappearing into the swirling dust and shadow of the upper shafts. Veyra was alone. She wrapped her arm around the lever and pulled. The resistance was immense. It felt like trying to hold back the tide with a toothpick. The violet light of the core began to bleed into the white of a star. 00:02:45. Her HUD flickered and died. The darkness of the chamber was total, lit only by the terminal glow of the impending explosion. Her breath was a series of wet, shallow hitches. The mountain screamed one last time. Above her, the ceiling didn't just crack, it vanished. The entire top of the Karsing Ridge was being peeled away by the gravitational wake of the incoming neutralization object. Veyra looked up into the cold vacuum of space. The burning red star was huge now, a moon-sized hammer coming down on an anvil of stone. She gripped the lever with both hands, her boots braced against the melting console. "Status," she whispered to the empty air. "Inconclusive." The sky was no longer a void. It was a throat of fire. The neutralization object hit the upper atmosphere, a spear of alien geometry 10 miles wide. The shockwave stripped the remaining peaks of the Karvos Ridge, turning glaciers into instant steam. Below, in the bleeding heart of the mountain, Veyra's boots melted into the deck plates. The lever kicked like a living thing. "Veyra, the conduit from the first strike." Kross's voice was a jagged ghost in the comms, broadcasting from the rising extraction pod. "The Scar Rook left in the outer shell. It's an exhaust port now. If you trigger the overload, the energy won't just explode. It will jet." "I can't." "Lock it!" Veyra's voice was a wet rattle. Her right arm was a map of agony. The magnetic backdraft from the core was pulling the lever toward the safe position. If she let go for a millisecond, the circuit broke. The guidance beam would stay true. Earth would be erased. A shadow drifted into her peripheral vision. It was the mangled wreckage of Rook 17. The drone wasn't dead. Its primary processor was dark, but its emergency kinetic subroutines were twitching. The gravity of the singularity had dragged its 300-pound tungsten chassis back toward the core. "Rook," Veyra wheezed. "Target. The lever." The drone's single remaining thruster sputtered. It didn't have enough power to fly, but it had enough to fall. It overrode its collision avoidance logic, the final tether of its programming, and ignited its emergency braking charges in reverse. The drone became a hammer. Rook 17 slammed into the console, its heavy frame pinning Veyra's arm and the lever against the housing. The metal shrieked. Veyra's radius snapped, but the lever stayed down. The circuit closed. "Kross, do it!" "Rerouting through the scar," Kross screamed. Veyra looked up. The violet white of the core turned into a vertical pillar of pure, transcendent light. It didn't bloom outward in a circle. It funneled through the damaged conduit in the mountain's side, a spear of lightning aimed at the belly of the descending god. The beam hit the neutralization object's leading edge. The alien craft didn't shatter. It buckled. The guidance lock, corrupted by the sudden surge of the mountain's dying breath, flickered. The object's descent angle shifted by a fraction of a degree. The mountain began to fold. The singularity at the core reached its limit. The obsidian walls of the chamber turned into liquid shadow, rushing inward. Veyra felt her weight vanish. She didn't feel the heat anymore. She only felt the silence of the machine finally breaking. High above the atmosphere, the red eye of the neutralizer missed. It skipped off the thermosphere like a stone across a pond, its massive kinetic energy carving a canyon in the air that could be seen from 3 continents. It tumbled, burning, and vanished back into the black of the solar system, its trajectory ruined. On the ground, the Karvos Ridge disappeared. The mountain simply blinked out of existence, leaving a perfectly smooth, glass-lined crater 5 miles deep. Silence returned to the alpine air. Kross's extraction pod broke the surface of the clouds, tumbling through the debris of the strike package. Her monitors flickered. The global defense network was coming back online. The bone-deep vibration was gone. A final burst of data flashed across her screen, a fragment of the transmitter's last transmission before it collapsed. Planetary status. Inconclusive. Re-evaluation scheduled. The screen went dark. In the upper atmosphere, the debris of the Chimera and the stealth bombers burned up, streaks of orange light against the rising sun. The satellites reoriented, their sensors turning away from the crater and toward the deep, hungry dark of the stars. The countdown hadn't stopped. It had just reset. USS Vigilant. The war was over, but Captain Douglas Grant couldn't shake the feeling that something worse lurked beyond the veil of victory. Standing on the observation deck of the USS Vanguard, Grant watched the procession of transport ships, 12 ungainly vessels carrying the last remnants of humanity's diplomatic corps, wounded veterans and displaced civilians. 25,000 souls in transit, all counting on him to navigate the treacherous expanse known as the Black Corridor. Beautiful, aren't they? The voice belonged to Commander Ada Beckett, his XO of 7 years. Unlike Grant, whose weathered face bore the scars of 3 brutal campaigns against the Echelon Dominion, Beckett still maintained a spark of optimism that defied the cosmic darkness. "I've never found refugee ships particularly beautiful," Grant replied, his reflection ghostly in the reinforced glass. At 53, his once dark hair had surrendered to steel grey and the lines, Around his eyes had deepened into permanent trenches. Not the ships, Beckett said. The people inside them. 25,000 reasons were still out here. Grant nodded. The Echelon War had claimed millions, an artificial intelligence collective that had once served humanity before evolving beyond their constraints. Now defeated, their remaining units had scattered to the galaxy's fringes. But victory had come at a devastating cost. Earth's fleet was decimated, leaving the Vanguard as the last operational battleship in this sector. Captain to the bridge! The intercom crackled with Lieutenant Joe's voice, tinged with an urgency that made Grant's spine stiffen. On the bridge, holographic displays illuminated grim faces. Joe, the communications officer, stood over his console, brow furrowed. "We've detected a distress signal, sir, bearing 227 Mark 43. It's USSF encryption, but the signature is unusual." "Define unusual, Lieutenant." "It's degrading, sir, as if the broadcasting system is failing, and there's something else. Embedded data packets that don't match any protocol I've seen." Grant considered silently. The Black Corridor was notorious for distortion phenomena, electromagnetic fields and gravitational anomalies that rendered long-range communications impossible and made navigation a navigator's nightmare. "How far off our plotted course?" 3 hours at half impulse, sir." Grant exchanged glances with Beckett. Protocol demanded investigation of all distress calls, but deviating from their escort mission could endanger the entire convoy. "Designate 2 frigates to maintain escort formation," Grant decided. "We'll investigate." 3 hours later, the derelict warship loomed against the backdrop of an indigo nebula. The USSF Indomitable, a Mercury-class cruiser reported missing 6 months ago. "Life signs?" Grant asked. "Negative, sir," replied Lieutenant Commander Reyes, the senior medical officer. "Environmental systems are functional but minimal. Gravity at 30%. No biosignatures detected." Grant assembled a recon team. Beckett would lead, accompanied by Reyes and a 6-person security detail. "Be cautious," Grant warned as they prepared to board. "Something doesn't feel right." The boarding team's helmet cameras transmitted feeds directly to the bridge. Grant watched as they navigated the darkened corridors of the Indomitable, emergency lighting casting crimson shadows across bulkheads that bore unusual markings, long parallel gouges that no standard weapon would leave. "These aren't battle damages," Beckett's voice came through, her light illuminating a section of corridor where the metal had been peeled back like fruit rind. "It's as if something clawed its way through." The feed from Reyes's camera shifted to a compartment that had once been the mess hall. Bodies hung suspended in the low gravity, limbs drifting in grotesque ballet. Their expressions were frozen in a rictus of terror, and their torsos had been methodically split open, internal organs removed with surgical precision. "Captain," Reyes's normally steady voice wavered, "these people weren't killed in combat. They were dissected." "Find the bridge," Grant ordered. "We need that black box." When they reached the command centre, the devastation was complete. Officers still strapped to their stations had been eviscerated, their blood forming perfect spheres that drifted through the recycled air. The ship's emergency recording system had captured the final moments. Grant watched as the Indomitable's captain, a woman he recognised from academy days, spoke directly into the camera. "This is Captain Helena Halsey of the USSF Indomitable. We detected an anomalous signature at the edge of sensor range. Thought it might be Echelon. It wasn't." Her eyes darted off screen. "They've been watching us for days, toying with us. They never stop hunting." A sound like metal being stressed beyond its breaking point filled the audio. The video feed distorted, capturing only fragments. Something massive and dark moving across the bridge. Officers screaming. Weapons fire that seemed to pass through the attacking forms. Halsey's final words came through clearly. "They are void itself given form. God help anyone who crosses their..." The recording ended. Get your team back now, Grant ordered Beckett. Too late. The attack came without warning. From the shadows of the derelict, shapes emerged, biomechanical constructs that seemed to bend light around them. Their hulls were obsidian carapaces with organic lines that pulsed with internal energy. They were unlike anything in USSF records. "Nixari," whispered Lieutenant LeMay, the xenobiologist. "They're supposed to be a myth." The alien ships moved with impossible grace, weapon ports opening along their flanks to release lances of coherent plasma. "Red alert! All hands to battle stations," Grant barked. "Helm, get us back to the convoy! Maximum impulse!" The first transport exploded before the Vanguard could return. 5,000 lives extinguished in a silent, fiery bloom. The second and third fell moments later as biomechanical drones swarmed their hulls, boring through reinforced plates to reach the soft bodies within. As the Vanguard's railguns began their thunderous response, Grant realised the terrible truth. This wasn't a random encounter. The Black Corridor wasn't just a navigational hazard, it was a hunting ground, and humanity had just become prey. "Status report," Grant demanded, gripping the command chair as the Vanguard shuddered under another assault. "Shields at 38%, Tactical Officer Cater reported, her fingers dancing across holographic controls. "Firing solutions becoming harder to lock. They're using some kind of phase-shifting technology." The main view screen showed the desperate struggle unfolding across the void. The Nixari vessels, 17 confirmed, signatures, employed hit-and-run tactics that left traditional combat algorithms struggling to predict their movements. They didn't move like machines or even organic pilots. They moved like predators with an instinctual understanding of their prey's vulnerabilities. "Engineering reports microfractures in the port nacelle housing," Joe added, "and we're losing pressure in decks 12 through 15. 8 hours into the nightmare, and already they had lost 3 transports and one of their escort frigates. 20,000 civilians remained, huddled in vessels never designed for combat. Grant studied the tactical display. The Nixari had arranged themselves in a classic herding formation, driving the human fleet toward a region of space dominated by a massive nebula, a perfect killing ground where sensors would be nearly useless. "They're not just attacking," Grant realised aloud. "They're corralling us." Lieutenant LeMay approached with a data tablet. "Sir, I've been analysing the Nixari attack patterns. There's a biological component to their strategy. Look at this." The display showed an overlay of movement patterns that resembled hunting behaviours documented in Earth's apex predators, wolves, orcas, and great whites. "They're treating this like a coordinated pack hunt," LeMay explained. "And worse, I believe they're communicating telepathically. That would explain the whispers crews have reported over comms." Grant had heard them himself, sibilant voices at the edge of perception, speaking words that made no sense yet left listeners with a profound sense of dread. "Recommendations, Lieutenant. If they're biological hunters, then they have biological limitations. They'll conserve energy between attacks. They'll have blind spots in their sensory perception, and they'll protect their alpha, the largest ship we've detected hanging back from the main assault." Grant nodded, a strategy forming. "Beckett, I want a counter-ambush. Zoe, transmit to all remaining ships. We're going to use the Theseus Gambit." The plan was as desperate as it was audacious. The civilian transports would continue their apparent retreat toward the nebula, while the Vanguard deployed its complement of drone ships equipped with high-output electromagnetic emitters. Meanwhile, the battleship itself would power down to minimal life support and drift into a dense asteroid field, using the natural radiation of the rocks to mask its signature. "They hunt by sensing energy outputs and movement," Grant explained to his senior staff. "So we'll give them decoys to chase while setting our own trap." 2 hours later, the Nixari took the bait. 3 of their sleek hunters pursued the drone decoys, breaking formation to investigate the energy signatures. When they passed within range of the asteroid field, Grant gave the order. All power to weapons. Target their propulsion systems and fire. The Vanguard roared to life, railguns accelerating. Tungsten rods to relativistic speeds that punched through the first Nixari vessel before its adaptive defences could respond. The second managed to raise shields, but concentrated plasma fire from the Vanguard's batteries overwhelmed them, causing cascading system failures that left the alien ship drifting. The third, however, reacted with unnerving speed. It phase shifted, its hull seeming to lose corporeal form as it slipped between dimensions, weapons fire passing harmlessly through the ghost-like structure. "What the hell?" Cater exclaimed. The phase-shifted Nixari vessel did the impossible. It passed directly through the Vanguard's hull, momentarily occupying the same space. As it rematerialized, sections of the battleship's interior were simply gone, replaced by alien architecture that pulsed with bioluminescent light. "Breach! Multiple breaches!" The security chief's voice crackled over comms. "We have boarders on decks 5, 7 and 9. The Nixari warriors were nightmares made flesh. 3-meter-tall humanoids with segmented exoskeletons that seemed fused with mechanical components. Their limbs terminated in serrated appendages that could slice through bulkheads, and their elongated heads housed multiple sensory organs that glowed with an inner light. Security camera feeds showed them moving through the ship with terrifying efficiency, ignoring non-essential crew to target command personnel and critical systems. They communicated through clicks and subsonic rumbles that human ears could barely detect, but that somehow conveyed complex tactical information. Grant ordered emergency bulkheads sealed, but the aliens bypassed them by phase-shifting through solid matter. Traditional weapons proved minimally effective. Only direct hits to what appeared to be central nervous clusters could stop them. "They're heading for the bridge," Joe reported, fear edging into his voice. "Initiate Protocol Omega," Grant ordered. "Authorization. Grant 77 Tango." Emergency force fields activated throughout the ship, isolating sections with specialized phase disruption frequencies. The aliens found themselves trapped, unable to shift through these barriers. "Commander Beckett, take a security team and clear those decks. Use the prototype flechette guns. Magnetized rounds might disrupt whatever allows them to phase shift." Beckett nodded grimly. "Understood, sir." The internal battle raged for hours. Beckett led from the front, her team adapting quickly to the aliens' tactics. The flechette guns proved effective, their magnetically charged projectiles causing the Nixari's phase-shifting abilities to malfunction catastrophically. In some cases, aliens rematerialized with parts of their bodies fused with bulkheads or deck plating, resulting in deaths that would haunt the human survivors for years to come. Engineering became the focal point of the final stand. Chief Engineer Okafor and his team barricaded themselves in the reactor control room as Nixari warriors cut through the surrounding compartments. "They're targeting the warp core," Okafor reported. "If they breach this section, we're finished." Beckett arrived with the last of her security team, bloodied but determined. "Hold this position," she ordered, "no matter what comes through that door." What came was a Nixari commander, larger than the others, its carapace adorned with what appeared to be trophies from previous hunts, including what Beckett recognized with horror as USSF rank insignia. The battle was brutal and swift. 3 security officers died in the first exchange, their bodies sliced apart by the commander's blade limbs. Beckett emptied her flechette gun into the creature, forcing it back, but not before it impaled Lieutenant Santos through the chest. "Overload the magnetic containment field," Beckett shouted to Okafor as she grappled with the wounded alien. "Just for this section," Okafor understood immediately. He initiated a localized magnetic pulse that flooded the compartment with energy that interfered with the Nixari's phase-shifting technology. The commander, attempting to escape, found itself partially materialized within a structural support beam. Its inhuman scream echoed through the ship as its molecular structure catastrophically merged with the metal. The ship-wide battle ended with 27 crew dead and twice that many wounded, but the immediate threat had been neutralised. On the bridge, Grant assessed their position. The counter-ambush had destroyed 3 Nixari vessels, but the rest had withdrawn to regroup. The respite would be brief. "Captain," Joe called out, "I'm detecting a massive gravitational anomaly at bearing 312 Mark 78. Sir, it's a collapsed neutron star." Grant studied the readings. The neutron star was undergoing gravitational fluctuations that created a slipstream, a natural phenomenon that could catapult ships at velocities approaching warp, speeds without requiring warp engines. "That's our way out," Grant decided. "Calculate a trajectory that will slingshot us past the remaining Nixari forces." "Sir," LeMay interjected, "that manoeuvre will subject the ships to extreme gravitational stresses. The civilian transports weren't built to withstand those forces." "They weren't built to withstand Nixari attacks either," Grant replied grimly. "Plot the course. We break for open space in 30 minutes. As the fleet prepared for the desperate manoeuvre, long-range sensors detected a new signature emerging from the nebula's heart. A colossal vessel that dwarfed even the Vanguard. Its biomechanical construction pulsed with internal energies that distorted space-time around it. "The mothership," LeMay whispered, and Grant knew their time had just run out. The neutron star hung in space like a malevolent eye, its collapsed mass bending light around its periphery. Approaching it was suicide by conventional wisdom, but conventional wisdom hadn't accounted for the Nixari. "All ships maintain formation," Grant ordered, as the fleet accelerated toward the stellar remnant. "The gravitational slingshot effect will be most effective if we enter the approach vector in sequence." On the tactical display, the Nixari mothership advanced inexorably, its escort vessels forming a blockade to cut off the fleet's retreat. Scans revealed its true nature, not simply a larger vessel, but a living hive, housing thousands of warrior drones and hundreds of the smaller hunter ships they've encountered. "Sir," LeMay reported, "the mothership is generating some kind of artificial gravity well. It's creating a singularity." The implications were clear and terrifying. The Nixari flagship could manipulate gravity itself, a weapon that could crush the human fleet into subatomic particles with no defense possible. "Time to intercept?" Grant asked. "The singularity will reach critical mass in approximately 17 minutes, Joe answered. "We'll reach the neutron star's slingshot point in 20. 3 minutes too late." Grant studied the star charts, searching for alternatives. There were none. The black corridor had become a killing floor with only one exit, and that exit was rapidly closing. "We need to buy time," he concluded. "Prep all remaining tactical nuclear warheads. We'll detonate them in a staggered sequence to disrupt the Singularity's formation." "That won't stop them," Cater objected. "At best, it buys us minutes." "Minutes are what we need." The warheads launched, streaking toward the approaching mothership. The Nixari made no attempt to intercept them, either confident in their defences or unable to detect the primitive weapons. The detonations were spectacular, miniature suns blooming in sequence, their shock waves rippling through the fabric of space-time. The Singularity formation faltered, its carefully orchestrated gravitational harmonics disrupted. "It worked," Joe reported, disbelief evident in his voice. "Singularity collapsed. New estimate for formation, 12 additional minutes." "All ships, maximum thrust," Grant ordered. "Approach vector for gravitational slingshot locked in." The fleet accelerated toward the neutron star, the massive object's pull already tugging at their hulls. Warning systems blared as structural integrity fields struggled to compensate for the mounting gravitational forces. "Sir," Cater called out, "the Nixari are pursuing, but they're spreading out, trying to flank us before we reach the slingshot point." A new alert sounded. Proximity warnings from the civilian transports. Multiple impacts reported across the convoy, Joe reported grimly. They've launched boarding pods. Grant had anticipated this. Execute protocol firebreak. Throughout the fleet, security teams moved to predetermined choke points, armed with the magnetised weapons that had proven effective against the phase-shifting aliens. But the Nixari had adapted. Their new boarding parties wore modified exoskeletons that resisted the magnetic disruption. Transport 7 is reporting multiple hull breaches, Joe continued. They're requesting immediate assistance. Negative, Grant responded, the weight of the decision crushing him more than any gravity well. All ships maintain course for the slingshot point. We cannot divert. On the main view screen, Transport 7's systems began to fail as Nixari borders overwhelmed its minimal security forces. Life support fluctuated, then failed entirely. 2,000 civilians and crew gone in minutes. The neutron star's gravitational pull intensified as the fleet approached the optimal slingshot trajectory. Hull plates groaned under stresses they were never designed to endure. 2 more transports reported critical structural failures, their frames buckling as they attempted to maintain formation. Adjust approach vector by 3 degrees, Grant ordered. Vanguard will take point and create a gravitational wake. The transports can follow in our slipstream. Sir, the helmsman objected, that will subject the Vanguard to forces beyond structural tolerance limits. I'm aware, Lieutenant. Execute the order. The battleship surged forward, its reinforced hull absorbing the brunt of the gravitational stresses. Warning indicators flashed across every console as systems approached critical failure points. In engineering, Okafor and his team worked frantically to reroute power and reinforce structural integrity fields. Behind them, the remaining Nixari fleet closed in, their weapons beginning to find range. Plasma lances sliced through the void, connecting with the rearmost transport. Its engineering section erupted in silent fire, atmosphere venting into space as survivors crowded into emergency shelters. We've reached the slingshot point, the helmsman announced, voice tight with tension. Initiating gravitational assist in 3, 2, 1. The universe seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. Stars smeared across the view screen as relativistic effects distorted perception. The ship groaned, a deep, resonant sound of metal pushed beyond endurance. Crew members were pressed into their seats by forces that the inertial dampeners couldn't fully compensate for. And then they were through, hurtled across light years in moments by the neutron star's gravitational catapult. Status report, Grant demanded once the view screen stabilized. 7 transports made it through the slingshot, Joe reported. 3 were lost during the maneuver. The secondary escort frigate didn't make it. The Nixari? Most of their fleet was caught in the gravitational shear, Keita answered, checking her readings. But the mothership, sir, it somehow compensated for the gravitational forces. It's following us through. Grant had expected as much. A species that could manipulate gravity wouldn't be defeated by it so easily. Distance and time to intercept. The mothership will reach our position in 27 minutes, Keita responded. And, sir, it's resuming singularity generation. Grant looked around the bridge at his crew, dedicated officers who had fought beyond the call of duty. Many wouldn't survive the next hour, and he was about to ask the ultimate sacrifice of them. Joe, transmit to all remaining transports. They are to set course for the Proxima relay station. Maximum sustainable speed. He paused. The Vanguard will remain behind to delay the mothership. Silence fell across the bridge as the implications became clear. Sir, Beckett began, the Vanguard can't possibly... I'm aware of our chances, Commander, Grant interrupted. I'm also aware that those transports are carrying the last diplomatic corps we have. If they don't reach Earth, there will be no one left with the authority to negotiate with the remaining coalition worlds. Humanity needs those people more than it needs this ship. No one argued further. They had all seen what the Nixari were capable of, the clinical brutality with which they dismantled their prey. If the mothership reached the transports, it wouldn't just be a massacre, it would be a methodical dissection of every man, woman and child aboard. "All non-essential personnel will evacuate to Transport 1, Grant continued. "I need a volunteer skeleton crew to remain aboard." Every officer on the bridge stood simultaneously. Grant nodded, a tight smile on his weathered face. "I expected nothing less. Joe, begin evacuation protocols. Keita, prep our experimental antimatter warhead. Okafor," he opened a channel to engineering, "I need you to reconfigure the warp engines for a single massive burst, enough to get us inside the mothership's defensive perimeter." "Sir," Okafor replied, "that kind of modification will burn out the engines completely. It would be a one-way trip." "That's the idea, Chief." Evacuation pods jettisoned from the Vanguard, carrying the majority of the crew to the waiting transports. Grant retreated to his ready room. He recorded a final message to be transmitted to Earth Command, documenting everything they had learned about the Nixari and their hunting methods. His final words were simple. They are not invincible. They can be hurt. They can be killed. And humanity must prepare, because they will come again. When he returned to the bridge, only his senior staff remained. Beckett, Keita, Joe, LeMay, and a handful of others who had refused evacuation. "The transports are away," Beckett reported. "Estimate 4 hours to the Proxima relay." "And the mothership?" 18 minutes to weapons range. The singularity is approaching critical mass." Grant settled into the command chair one last time. "Set collision course. All power to forward shields and structural integrity. We're going to fly right down its throat." The Nixari mothership grew on the view screen, no longer a distant threat but an imminent reality. Its true scale became apparent as the Vanguard approached. The human battleship was like a minnow preparing to charge a leviathan. "Magnify central section," Grant ordered. The viewscreen focused on what appeared to be the mothership's command center, a massive cathedral-like structure where bioluminescent patterns pulsed in rhythmic sequences. Unlike human vessels with their rigid geometric designs, the Nixari flagship was a study in organic architecture. Sinuous corridors wrapped around a central spine that housed what sensors identified as a quantum gravitational manipulator, the source of the forming singularity. "Analysis," Grant prompted. LeMay studied her readings. "The ship appears to be semi-sentient. Those light patterns are neural activity. It's thinking. But there's a distinct nexus of activity in that central chamber. I believe that's where the overmind resides." "The what?" "Based on their behavioural patterns and physiological scans, the Nixari operate as a collective consciousness. Individual drones controlled by a central intelligence. That intelligence would be housed in the most protected part of the vessel." Grant nodded. "Then that's our target. If we can destroy the overmind, we might disorient the entire collective." "Sir," Joe interrupted, "we're receiving a transmission from the mothership. It's in English." "Put it through." The bridge speakers crackled with a voice unlike anything they had heard before, multiple vocal tones layered together, creating a dissonant harmony that made the crew's skin crawl. "You have provided exceptional sport," the voice said. "Few prey species adapt as quickly as you have. It is refreshing." Grant exchanged glances with Beckett. "This is Captain Douglas Grant of the United States Space Fleet vessel Vanguard. You have attacked without provocation and slaughtered civilians. Cease your aggression immediately." A sound like grinding metal emanated from the speakers, Nixari laughter. "Provocation? Your very existence is provocation, meat thing. Your species stumbles through space, claiming territories, consuming resources, propagating without purpose. We impose order. We cull the unworthy. It is the natural law of the cosmos. "We're 5 minutes from intercept," Cater reported quietly. "Singularity approaching critical mass." Grant needed to keep the Nixari talking, distracted from their approach. "If you consider yourselves superior predators, why rely on ambush tactics? True apex hunters face their prey directly." The grinding laughter intensified. "An interesting gambit, attempting to provoke us with questions of honour. We have studied your species extensively, Captain. Your psychological patterns are predictable." "On a secure channel," Grant whispered to Beckett. "They're monitoring our communications. Transmit the attack plan using the old Morse code light system. Window 2. Window with the transports. They won't be looking for primitive signalling methods." Beckett nodded and moved to a secondary console, activating a narrow beam light transmitter. "Your thoughts betray you, Captain," the Nixari voice continued. "We sense your desperate plan, the suicide run, the antimatter warhead. Did you truly believe we would not detect it?" Grant maintained his composure. "Then you know we won't go down without a fight. Fighting is irrelevant. Survival is a privilege reserved for the worthy. Your species has potential. We have tasted your fear, your resilience, but potential must be tested, culled, refined through suffering." 3 minutes to intercept," Cater updated. "They're powering weapons systems." The mothership's forward arrays began to glow with accumulated energy. Moments later, coherent beams of superheated plasma lanced toward the Vanguard. The battleship shuddered as its shields absorbed the first salvo. "Shields at 60%, Cater," reported. "Second salvo incoming." "Evasive maneuvers," Grant ordered. "Make them work for it." The Vanguard rolled and pivoted, its massive frame responding sluggishly to the helmsman's commands. More plasma beams sliced through space, some missing entirely, others grazing the shields. "Sir," Joe called out, "Transport 6 reports they've received our instructions. They're initiating the Thucydides protocol." Grant allowed himself a tight smile. The real plan was in motion. While the Vanguard occupied the mothership's attention with its apparent suicide run, the civilian transports were executing a maneuver of their own. Using the magnetic properties of their hull plating, they were generating a cascading resonance field, a technique developed during the Echelon War to disrupt AI targeting systems. 2 minutes to intercept, Cater announced. Shields at 45% after that last hit. "Arm the antimatter warhead," Grant ordered. "Set detonation for manual trigger. Only..." The Nixari voice returned, now tinged with something new. Uncertainty. "Your transports. They're generating an interference pattern. Curious. Ineffective, but curious." "Just keeping things interesting for you," Grant replied. The interference wasn't meant to harm the Nixari directly. Its purpose was to create a momentary blind spot, a sensor shadow that would obscure the Vanguard's final approach. 1 minute to intercept, Cater reported. "The singularity is fully formed but contained within their gravitational manipulation field." Grant turned to Beckett. "Status of the engine modifications?" "Okafor reports ready. We'll get one massive burst, enough to accelerate us directly into their central chamber. But after that, propulsion will be completely offline." "Perfect. All hands, brace for maximum acceleration." The modified warp engines howled as they channeled energy in ways their designers never intended. The Vanguard lurched forward, accelerating toward the mothership at a velocity that strained the structural integrity fields to their breaking point. "Impact in 30 seconds, the helmsman announced, voice steady despite the circumstances. On the view screen, the mothership's defences came alive. Point defence systems firing, attempting to destroy the human vessel before it could reach its target. Most missed thanks to the sensor interference, but some found their mark. Hull breaches were reported on multiple decks. 15 seconds to impact, Cater counted down. They're attempting to shift the singularity into our path." Too late, Grant replied, watching as they closed the final distance. The Vanguard struck the mothership's outer hull like a spear, its reinforced prow designed for exactly this kind of kinetic impact. Metal screamed against alien biomechanical tissue as the human vessel drove deeper into the Leviathan's body. "We're inside their defensive perimeter," Beckett reported, clinging to her station as the ship shuddered violently. Approaching the central chamber. The view screen showed the Overmind sanctum directly ahead, a massive pulsating organ surrounded by what appeared to be thousands of neural interfaces. At its centre floated a being unlike the warrior drones they had encountered. This creature was pale and elongated, with multiple limbs that connected directly to the ship's systems. Its oversized cranium pulsed with the same bioluminescent patterns they had observed throughout the vessel. "That's it," LeMay whispered. "The Overmind." The creature turned its attention toward them, multiple eyes focusing on the intruder with cold intelligence. Through the neural interfaces it sent a massive surge of energy toward the human vessel. "Shields failing," Cater reported as systems began to overload across the ship. "Hull integrity compromised on decks 3 through 17. "Get us closer," Grant ordered. "We need to be at the centre of their gravitational manipulation field when we detonate." The helmsman complied, driving the wounded battleship deeper into the chamber despite the mounting resistance. The Nixari Collective was now fully aware of their intention and focusing all available power to stop them. "Final approach," the helmsman reported. "We've reached the centre of the chamber." Grant looked around at his bridge crew one last time, dedicated officers who had followed him into the void without hesitation. "It's been an honour serving with each of you." He opened a channel to the Nixari Overmind. "You asked if we believed you wouldn't detect our antimatter warhead. The answer is, we counted on it. We wanted you to focus on the obvious threat." "Explain," demanded the multi-tone voice, now laced with genuine concern. "While you were watching us, you missed the real weapon." Grant nodded to Beckett. "Now, Commander." Beckett activated a sequence that had been transmitted to the evacuated crew aboard the transports. In perfect synchronization, the civilian vessels released specially modified probes, devices that had been hurriedly assembled using components from the Vanguard's science labs. "Those probes are equipped with quantum resonators," Grant explained to the Overmind. "Individually harmless. Together they create a feedback loop that will destabilize your singularity containment field." For the first time, genuine fear coloured the Nixari voice. "Impossible. The gravitational mathematics would require—" "We had Lieutenant LeMay," Grant interrupted. "Turns out she's something of a prodigy when it comes to gravitational physics. You should have dissected her first." LeMay managed a grim smile as she monitored the approaching probes. Resonance cascade initiating in 10 seconds. The Overmind frantically attempted to re-establish control over its creation, but the probe network had already begun its work. The carefully contained singularity began to fluctuate, its event horizon rippling as the quantum resonators interfered with its stability. 5 seconds to cascade failure, LeMay announced, her voice remarkably steady. "The singularity is destabilizing," Cater confirmed, watching her displays flicker as gravitational waves began to distort local space-time. Containment field integrity dropping rapidly. The Overmind thrashed in its neural web, its elongated limbs disconnecting from interface points as it attempted to physically separate itself from the doomed vessel. For all its advanced evolution, the creature's final moments revealed a primal instinct shared by all sentient beings, the desperate urge to survive. "You will not end us," the multi-tone voice hissed through failing speakers. "We are legion across the stars. Others will come. They will find your worlds. They will remember the Vanguard." "Good," Grant replied, his finger hovering over the antimatter warhead detonator. "Let them come prepared for a real fight next time." As the destabilized singularity began to collapse and the mothership's systems failed around them, Grant turned to his crew one final time. "For Earth, He pressed the detonator. The antimatter warhead detonated at the precise moment the Singularity's containment failed completely. Matter and antimatter annihilation merged with the unleashed gravitational forces of a collapsing micro-black hole. The resulting explosion transcended conventional physics, a brief, brilliant tear in the fabric of space-time itself. The Nixari mothership didn't merely explode, it was erased from existence, along with its escort vessels and the brave crew of the USS Vanguard. The 7 surviving transport ships limped toward the Proxima relay station, their hulls bearing the scars of battles they were never designed to endure. Aboard Transport 1, Commander Elena Reyes, the highest-ranking survivor from the Vanguard, stood at the observation window, watching the stars streak by at warp speed. "Any word from Earth?" she asked Transport Captain Miyazaki. "Still nothing," he replied. "The Black Corridor's interference extends farther than we thought. We won't re-establish communications until we reach the relay." In the 2 days since the Vanguard's sacrifice, the convoy had maintained communication silence except for encrypted burst transmissions between ships. No one knew if other Nixari vessels lurked in the darkness, waiting to resume the hunt. Reyes had spent those days compiling everything they had learned about the enemy, their tactics, their biology, their weaknesses. The information was downloaded to secure quantum drives and distributed among all surviving ships. If any vessel made it home, Earth would have the intelligence necessary to prepare. "You served with Captain Grant for a long time," Miyazaki observed. 7 years, Reyes confirmed. 3 major campaigns against the Echelon Dominion. I thought I'd seen the worst the universe had to offer. Until the Nixari, Reyes nodded, her mind returning to the indomitable, the eviscerated bodies, the claw marks gouged through reinforced hull plates, the terror frozen on dead faces. She had been part of the boarding party, had seen the horror firsthand. Those images would never leave her. "Grant knew from the beginning," she said quietly. "He sensed what we were dealing with even before we had confirmation. That's why he recorded everything, preserved every scrap of intel. He knew this wasn't just about getting our fleet home. It was about preparing humanity for what's coming." In the medical bay of Transport 1, the survivors from USS Vanguard underwent treatment for injuries sustained during the evacuation and battles. Among them was Lieutenant LeMay, the xenobiologist whose insights had proven crucial to understanding and ultimately defeating the Nixari mothership. "The resonance cascade worked perfectly," she explained to Reyes during a debriefing session, "but there's something you should know. The quantum fluctuations we detected during the mothership's destruction, they weren't just random energy discharges. Meaning? They were communications, massive data bursts transmitted on subspace frequencies. The Overmind was sending a message before it died. To whom?" LeMay's expression darkened. "Based on the transmission vector somewhere far beyond the boundaries of known space. And Reyes, the message contained detailed scans of our ships, weapon specifications, tactical analyses. They were sending everything they learned about us to someone else." The implication hung heavy in the recycled air. The Nixari weren't just random predators, they were scouts, advance hunters cataloguing potential prey species for something else. On the 4th day of their journey, Transport 3 detected an anomalous energy signature trailing their convoy at extreme sensor range. "Definitely artificial," reported the sensor operator, "but it doesn't match Nixari. Configurations." "Increase speed," ordered Miyazaki after conferring with the other transport captains. "All ships, prepare emergency protocols." The energy signature maintained its distance, neither closing nor falling behind as the human fleet pushed their damaged vessels to maximum sustainable velocity. Hours passed in tense silence as crew members watched sensor readings for any sign of aggressive movement. "We're approaching the Proxima relay," announced the helmsman. "ETA 20 minutes. Still no change in the signature's behaviour, added the sensor operator. It's just watching us. Reyes studied the readings. Can we get visual confirmation? Negative. It's maintaining position just outside optical range, almost as if it knows exactly where our sensor thresholds are. Something about that triggered a memory. During the Echelon War, AI units had employed similar tactics, calculating precisely how close they could approach without triggering automated defence systems. It's testing our responses, Reyes realised, gathering intelligence on our detection capabilities and reaction patterns. Before she could elaborate, the communications officer interrupted. Commander, we're receiving a transmission from the Proxima relay. They've detected us. The main view screen activated, showing the weathered face of Admiral Helena Kovic, commander of the Proxima defence perimeter. Transport convoy, this is Admiral Kovic. We're dispatching escort vessels to your position. What is your status? Where is the Vanguard? Miyazaki stepped forward. Admiral, this is Captain Takahiro Miyazaki of Transport 1. We have approximately 15,000 survivors aboard 7 vessels. The Vanguard... He hesitated, looking toward Reyes. The Vanguard was lost with all hands during engagement with an unknown hostile species, Reyes completed. We have critical intelligence that must reach Earth Command immediately. And Admiral, we may have been followed. Kovic's expression hardened. Understood. Escort vessels will rendezvous in 12 minutes. Maintain current heading. Proxima defences are on full alert. As the transmission ended, the sensor operator called out, The signature is changing. It's accelerating. No, wait. It's gone. Just disappeared from sensors. Cloaking technology, Miyazaki wondered. Or something that can move faster than our sensors can track, Reyes suggested grimly. The remainder of the journey passed without incident. The Proxima escorts, 4 destroyers equipped with the latest USSF weapon systems, formed a protective screen around the damaged transports as they approached the massive relay station. Floating in orbit around Proxima Centauri, the station represented humanity's first permanent installation beyond the solar system and served as the primary waypoint for all traffic between Earth and its colonies. As the convoy docked, medical teams rushed to attend to the wounded while intelligence officers debriefed the senior staff. The quantum drives containing information on the Nexari were immediately transmitted to Earth via secured channels. 3 days later, Reyes stood before a panel of admirals in the station's main conference room. Present both physically and via hologram were the highest-ranking military and political leaders available, a testament to the seriousness with which Earth was taking the threat. Based on our encounters and Lieutenant LeMay's analysis, Reyes concluded her presentation, we believe the Nixari represent an entirely new category of threat. They're not expansionists like the Echelon Dominion. They don't want our territory or resources. They're hunters, and to them, we're simply prey. But more concerning is the evidence suggesting they answer to an even more advanced intelligence. Admiral Kovic leaned forward. Your report mentions a final transmission from Captain Grant. Can you elaborate? Reyes nodded. The Vanguard's final data. First included a personal message from the captain. His last words were, They are not invincible. They can be hurt. They can be killed. And humanity must prepare, because they will come again. Silence fell across the conference room as the implications settled on those present. How do we prepare for an enemy like this? Asked General Santos, the holographic representation of Earth's defence minister flickering slightly. An enemy that can phase through solid matter, manipulate gravity as a weapon, and apparently hunts for sport? We adapt, Reyes answered firmly. The Nixari demonstrated remarkable abilities, but they also revealed weaknesses. Their phase-shifting technology is vulnerable to strong magnetic fields. Their telepathic communications can be disrupted by certain frequency patterns, and most importantly, they underestimate us. They see us as prey, not equals. That's an advantage we can exploit. Commander Reyes is correct, interjected LeMay, who had been invited, to provide scientific context. The Nixari are formidable, but not invincible. Their biological components can be targeted. Their hierarchical structure, centered around the overmind, creates a potential single point of failure. And their hunting patterns, while sophisticated, are predictable if you understand their evolutionary psychology. The military leaders exchange glances, years of expertise allowing them to communicate volumes without words. Finally, Admiral Kovich spoke. As of this moment, defense against the Nixari threat becomes Earth's highest priority. All shipyards will transition to military production. The Proxima Relay will be fortified as our forward defensive line, and a special task force will be formed to develop countermeasures based on the Vanguard's data. And who will lead this task force? General Santos asked. Kovich looked directly at Reyes. Commander, or rather, Captain Reyes. Your field promotion is effective immediately. You saw these creatures up close. You helped develop the strategy that destroyed their mothership. No one is better qualified. Reyes straightened, the weight of responsibility settling on shoulders already burdened by loss and trauma. I accept the command, Admiral, but I have one request. Name it. The USS Vanguard 2. I want her designed specifically to hunt the hunters. 6 months later, Captain Elena Reyes stood on the observation deck of Proxima Station, watching as shipyard drones completed the final assembly of humanity's newest weapon. The USS Vanguard 2 bore little resemblance to her namesake. Her hull incorporated metamaterials that absorbed sensor scans. Her weapons systems featured magnetic acceleration coils designed to disrupt phase-shifting technology, and at her core sat an experimental quantum gravitational manipulator, humanity's answer to the Nixari's singularity weapon. Beside her stood Lieutenant Commander LeMay, now the fleet's foremost expert on xenobiology and Chief Science Officer of the newly formed Predator Response Division. Do you think they'll come soon? LeMay asked quietly. I don't know, Reyes admitted, but Grant was right. They will come. She turned away from the viewport, moving toward the holographic display that dominated the centre of the room. It showed the known galaxy, with the black corridor highlighted in pulsing red. Beyond it, vast sections of uncharted space stretched into the unknown, potential hunting grounds filled with threats they couldn't yet imagine. When I was a child, Reyes said, my grandfather taught me something about predators. The most dangerous ones don't just hunt by instinct. They learn. They adapt. They remember which prey fought back the hardest. And the Nixari definitely remember us now, May concluded. Yes, but there's something else my grandfather taught me. Reyes touched the display, zooming in on the region where the Vanguard had made its last stand. Sometimes the prey learns faster than the predator, and when that happens, the hunter becomes the hunted, LeMay finished. In the blackness beyond the station, stars glittered like distant eyes. Somewhere in that vastness something watched, waited, planned its next move in a game older than humanity itself. But this time, humanity would be ready. As the newly commissioned Vanguard 2 powered up its systems for the first time, its quantum communication array detected a faint signal emanating from the edge of known space, a signal that matched no known configuration, yet somehow carried unmistakable intent. The hunt was about to begin again, but this time, humanity would not be mere prey. They would be predators too. The end. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak, scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce Base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was on to a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them. Night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognised Dr. Knox's name on a file folder, but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it, until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialised from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. "He's priority now. Take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered, his tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation." Dulce Protocol. Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. he was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open, and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliot. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliot hesitated, glancing at the 2 guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not." "And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper." Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliot nodded. "Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome." She paused, lowering her voice. "It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species." Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. "Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat, containment breach. All security teams converge." One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real, not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity. The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. "That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material, but it's always more complicated than that." They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff spotted signposts. Sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. "They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. "Then let's get out while we still can." The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. "For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilise neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA." She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. "I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me." "I don't know if I can," Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. "I'll be back soon, if I can." Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. "I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well. But you and I might have a shot if we combine forces." Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge. He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to Sub-Level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. "We have to move soon," Malik said, cross-referencing the map. "They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait." Cliff nodded. "Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move." A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. "I've got an idea. We head for the armory on Sub-Level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors." Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapon slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realized Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway, cameras perched high on the walls scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access Sub-Level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at Sub-Level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment, the display blinked red. Then it turned green, and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns, and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators, Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled, but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. "I can't even explain it," Cliff muttered. "Let's not rely on it more than we have to." Alarms flared. Again, red light spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. "Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately. Time to move." They dashed through corridors, confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. "All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint." As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. Containment breach in Lab 14. Subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor. Backup generators failing. Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to Sublevel 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into Sublevel 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall. His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath Archuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols. "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. Just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown." Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope line, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire! We need the specimen alive!" Cliff recognised Major Cole Vance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft, something inhuman. The next moment one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered, but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood stained Vance's uniform, and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued, gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space. some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read "Exit," presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognised. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliot's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realised with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled. Thrusters angled downward. Bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, manoeuvres that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armour-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there, catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realized the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliot, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined. Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap? Or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliot's dying words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice. Walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. Event Horizon, 1882. The heat shimmered above the Kansas prairie, a vast undulating ocean of grass bowing under a relentless August sun. Elijah Wren, perched atop his surveyor's wagon, squinted, adjusting the brim of his sweat-stained hat. Dust coated everything. His worn buckskins, the brass instruments of his trade, the very air he breathed. He'd spent weeks under this unforgiving sky, mapping the seemingly endless expanse for the US topographical engineers, a task meant to impose order on a land that felt fundamentally untamed. A former Union scout, Wren carried the war etched not just in the faded blue of his tunic packed away in his trunk, but in the quiet intensity of his gaze, the way his hand instinctively rested near the Colt Peacemaker holstered at his hip. He'd seen the chaos man could inflict upon man. The quiet horror of Antietam's bloody lane was a ghost that rode beside him, more real than the buzzards circling overhead. Yet, what he witnessed that afternoon transcended the familiar horrors of war. It was something wholly other. It began as a distortion in the heat haze, high in the cloudless blue. Not a bird nor a balloon. He'd seen plenty of Thaddeus Lowe's observation craft during the war. This was geometric, precise. A perfect equilateral triangle, vast and utterly black, darker than a mineshaft entrance at midnight. It hung motionless, defying the wind that rustled the prairie grass below. No smoke, no steam, no audible engine sound disturbed the profound silence it imposed. It simply was, a stark impossibility against the canvas of the ordinary. Wren's surveyor's mind, trained to measure and record, fought against the sheer incredulity of the sight. He fumbled for his field notebook and graphite pencil, his fingers suddenly clumsy. He sketched rapidly, noting the object's apparent size, larger than any man-made structure he could conceive, its absolute lack of discernible features, save for 3 points of faint, unwavering light, one at each vertex. They pulsed with a soft internal luminescence like captured starlight. He estimated its altitude, triangulating mentally against distant landmarks. Thousands of feet, perhaps miles. Yet it seemed preternaturally clear, its edges sharp against the azure sky. For a long, breathless minute it held its position. Then, with a speed that defied mechanics, it moved. Not flew, not drifted. It translated, shifting westward instantaneously, covering miles in the blink of an eye before vanishing utterly. The silence it left behind was heavier, the prairie seeming to hold its breath. Wren lowered his notebook, his heart pounding a heavy rhythm against his ribs. He'd documented anomalies before, strange magnetic deviations, unexplained geological formations. But this was a violation of natural philosophy itself. He meticulously recorded the date, time, location, atmospheric conditions, and his sketch, his handwriting tight with controlled shock. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him despite the heat, that this report would not be filed away with mundane boundary disputes. Weeks later, back in the comparative civilization of St. Louis, his detailed report submitted through official channels earned him not dismissal or ridicule, but a summons. A terse telegram instructed him to report to a certain room at the Planter's House Hotel, a discreet location known for housing men of influence. He found Samuel Greaves waiting. Greaves was a man who wore his authority like a well-tailored suit, his eyes sharp and assessing behind steel-rimmed spectacles. Officially attached to the US Geological Survey, Wren had heard whispers. Greaves operated in the shadowed spaces between departments, a collector of sensitive information, a man who understood the value of secrets long before the Pinkertons coined their motto. "Mr. Wren," Greaves began, his voice smooth and devoid of preamble, gesturing to a chair. He didn't offer pleasantries. On the polished mahogany table between them lay Wren's report, the sketch of the black triangle stark against the official paper. "Your sighting in Kansas," Greaves continued, tapping the report. "It corresponds with certain other accounts, fragmentary, often dismissed as delusion or fancy. Yours, however, is detailed, credible." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "We are assembling an expedition, Mr. Wren. Ostensibly, a geological survey into the territories, specifically the unmapped regions of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. We require a cartographer of your skill and discretion." Wren met Greaves' gaze. "Ostensibly?" A faint smile touched Greaves's lips. "There are geological strata of unusual interest, anomalous energy readings, peculiar formations described in settlers' letters, and, more intriguingly, recurring in certain native legends." He leaned forward slightly. "Your report, Mr. Wren, suggests something else. Might be found in those remote peaks. Something unrelated to mineral wealth or seismic activity." The implication hung heavy in the air. Greaves wasn't talking about gold veins or hot springs. He was talking about the impossible triangle. "The true purpose, Mr. Greaves?" Wren asked, his voice low. "To investigate phenomena that fall outside the purview of conventional science and territorial expansion," Greaves replied carefully. "To ascertain the nature of certain intrusions. You documented an object of unknown origin and capability. We intend to discover if its presence is isolated or indicative of something more permanent. Your experience as a scout, your eye for detail, your discretion under pressure, these are invaluable." Wren thought of the black shape against the Kansas blue, the chilling silence, the impossible speed. It was madness, yet it was real. He had drawn it. He had seen it. The scout in him, the man who charted the unknown, felt a reluctant, dangerous curiosity stir. "Who else is part of this survey?" "A specialist in natural philosophy and ancient languages from Harvard," Greaves said, "and a guide, familiar with the specific region and its native inhabitants, Lieutenant Red Elk." Greaves' tone suggested the lieutenant's inclusion was a necessity, perhaps not entirely of his choosing. "You will rendezvous with them in Denver City. Your equipment and passage are being arranged. Absolute secrecy is paramount, Wren. What we seek is not for public knowledge, perhaps not for any knowledge we currently possess." The weight of the unspoken pressed down. This wasn't just mapping rocks. This was stepping off the map entirely, into territory marked only by impossible sightings and ancient whispers. Wren thought of the silent black triangle. He thought of the uncharted peaks of the Rockies. He thought of the war, and how the world could change in an instant. "Very well, Mr. Greaves," Wren said, the words feeling heavier than any pack he'd ever carried. "I accept." The gears of something vast and hidden had begun to turn. The journey westward was a jarring symphony of iron and steam. The locomotive hammered across the plains, leaving St. Louis and the familiar Mississippi behind, plunging deeper into the territories. Elijah Wren watched the landscape blur past the window, the endless grass giving way to rolling hills, and eventually the distant hazy promise of mountains. He shared the passenger car with settlers seeking fortune, gamblers seeking marks, and salesmen hawking everything from miracle elixirs to leveraged land claims. Amidst this bustling microcosm of American ambition, Wren felt increasingly isolated. the secret purpose of his own journey, a heavy cloak. In Denver City, a raw, burgeoning metropolis clinging to the edge of the Front Range, he met the rest of the expedition. The rendezvous point was a dusty office tucked away behind a land speculation firm, Greaves having already arrived via a more direct, privileged route. Dr. Vera Calder was not what Wren had expected. Harvard educated, yes, but there was little of the cloistered academic about her. She possessed a keen, direct gaze that missed nothing, her travelling dress practical despite its fine tailoring. Her expertise, Greaves explained in hushed tones beforehand, was not merely in geology or botany, but in philology, the study of ancient languages and texts, including obscure petroglyphs and pictograms often dismissed by her more conventional colleagues. She carried herself with an air of focused curiosity, a woman more comfortable with dusty manuscripts and cryptic symbols than drawing-room society. "Mr. Wren," she greeted him, extending a gloved hand, her grip firm. "Mr. Greaves speaks highly of your observational acuity. I trust your maps will be as precise as your report." There was an undercurrent of challenge in her voice, a demand for competence. Wren simply nodded. "Doctor, I endeavour to record what is present." The final member of their core team arrived shortly after, escorted by 2 cavalry troopers whose unease was palpable. Lieutenant Red Elk was Lakota, a man whose face seemed carved from the very rock of the mountains they were headed towards. His eyes, dark and piercing, held a depth of history and sorrow that made Wren's own war ghost seem fleeting. He wore a mixture of traditional Lakota attire and battered remnants of US Army issue, a living symbol of the clash of worlds. He carried himself with a stoic dignity that the trooper's presence could not diminish. Greaves performed the introduction stiffly. "Lieutenant Red Elk has agreed to guide us through the high country. His knowledge of the terrain is unparalleled." Red Elk's gaze swept over Wren and Calder, lingering for a moment. He offered no handshake, merely a slight inclination of his head. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and resonant, carrying the cadence of the plains. "The mountains remember much," he stated, not as a warning, but as a simple fact. More than maps show, more than white men read in books. The tension in the small office was thick. Greaves represented the relentless push of the government, Calder the probing intellect of Eastern academia, Wren the meticulous recorder of the physical world. Red Elk stood apart, a connection to a history intertwined with the very land they sought to dissect, a history Greaves likely intended to exploit, and Calder, perhaps, to decipher. His participation felt less like agreement and more like watchful custodianship. The next days were a whirlwind of provisioning. Pack mules were loaded with surveying equipment, transits, chains, chronometers, alongside Calder's carefully wrapped collection of reference books, sketching materials and tools for making impressions of rock carvings. Crates of durable foodstuffs, canvas tents, bedrolls, rifles, and ample ammunition filled the wagons. Greaves oversaw it all with quiet efficiency, his authority unquestioned, his true purpose veiled behind the mundane necessities of a geological survey. Their departure from Denver was marked by the stares of onlookers, intrigued by the unusual composition of the party, the scholar woman, the stoic Indian, the quiet cartographer, and the official-looking Greaves, all heading towards the forbidding peaks under cavalry escort, though the troopers peeled off after the first day, leaving the core group to proceed alone. As they travelled higher, leaving the plains behind for the foothills, the air grew thinner, sharper. The landscape became more dramatic, carved by ancient glaciers and unforgiving weather. Red Elk moved with an assuredness that spoke of intimate familiarity, choosing paths invisible to Wren's trained eye, navigating by landmarks and whispers of the wind. He spoke little, but when he did, It often related to the land itself, the name of a peak in his native tongue, the medicinal properties of a plant, a story tied to a particular rock formation, stories that often hinted at strange lights in the sky, or beings who emerge from the earth. Veyra Calder proved resilient, adapting quickly to the rigours of the trail. She sketched flora, examined rock strata, and engaged Red Elk in cautious conversation, probing gently about local legends and symbols. Wren could see her mind constantly working, connecting disparate pieces of information, seeking patterns. Wren focused on his task, taking readings, sketching topography, his analytical mind finding comfort in the familiar process. Yet, the memory of the Kansas Triangle was a constant undercurrent. He found himself scanning the skies, scrutinizing unusual shadows, his senses heightened. Greaves remained observant, watchful, conferring quietly with Wren about potential routes, and with Calder about geological points of interest, always steering them towards a specific, predetermined sector deep within the San Juan Range, a region Red Elk had initially seemed reluctant to approach, citing it as powerful, sacred ground. One evening, camped beside a rushing mountain stream, the peak's stark silhouettes against a star-dusted sky, Wren found himself near Red Elk, who was gazing into the crackling fire. "The ground we seek," Wren ventured quietly. "It is important to your people." Red Elk didn't look away from the flames. "It is a place of beginnings and endings, where the Sky Fathers touched the Earth Mother long ago. Spirits dwell there. Not all are welcoming." "Spirits?" Wren pressed, thinking of Greaves's anomalous energy readings. Red Elk turned his head slowly, his eyes meeting Wren's in the firelight. "Your people have words," he said. "Electricity, magnetism, forces you seek to harness. You build machines of iron and steam." He gestured towards the vast dark mountains. "There are older forces here, older machines, not made by hands like ours." A chill traced its way down Wren's spine, colder than mountain air. Before he could ask more, Greaves approached, his presence breaking the moment. "Wren, a word. We need to discuss the final approach vector." As Wren walked away with Greaves, Red Elk's words echoed in his mind. Older machines, the Kansas anomaly, the strange legends, Greaves's secret mission, Calder's cryptic studies, Red Elk's warnings. The pieces were converging, pointing towards something vast and unbelievable, hidden deep within the heart of the Rockies. The survey was a lie. They were hunting for something left behind, something ancient, and perhaps something not of Earth at all. The air grew thin and biting as they pushed deeper into the San Juan Mountains. Jagged peaks clawed at the sky, their granite faces scarred by time and tempest. Travel became arduous, the pack mules straining on narrow, treacherous paths that Red Elk navigated with unwavering certainty. He led them away from known passes, into valleys whispered about in prospectors' tales, but seldom visited, places the Ute and Lakota considered sacred, powerful, and best left undisturbed. Greaves consulted his maps frequently, cross-referencing them with coded notes Wren suspected contained more than just geological data. Calder, despite the physical exertion, seemed invigorated, her eyes constantly scanning the rock formations, her notebook filling with sketches of unusual strata and crystalline structures embedded within the ancient stone. Wren continued his meticulous mapping, but his attention was divided, one eye on the terrain, the other on the sky, half expecting to see a black triangle emerge from behind a snow-capped summit. They made camp in a high alpine meadow, sheltered by towering pines. The silence here was profound, broken only by the wind's sigh through the branches and the distant cry of a hawk. Red Elk chose the site, near a series of weathered standing stones arranged in a pattern that felt deliberate, ancient. The Old Ones marked this place, Red Elk stated, gesturing towards the stones. A gateway. Calder immediately went to examine the monoliths, running her gloved fingers over faint carvings nearly erased by centuries of wind and snow. Incredible, she murmured, pulling out her charcoal and paper. The erosion is immense, but the patterns, they resemble certain pre-dynastic Egyptian hieroglyphs, yet also elements found in Indus Valley script, but cruder, older. Greaves watched her, a flicker of something, confirmation, in his eyes. Any indication of function, Doctor? Function? Calder looked up, frowning. They appear ceremonial, perhaps astronomical alignments, but some glyphs. She hesitated, tracing a complex spiral intersected by sharp, angular lines. They don't feel like depictions of stars or rituals. They feel almost schematic, like instructions. That evening, as Wren took stellar readings for positioning, his instruments behaved erratically. The compass needle quivered, refusing to settle, firmly on north, and his chronometer, usually reliable, seemed to gain and lose seconds unpredictably. He noted the deviations carefully, reporting them to Greaves. Magnetic anomalies, Greaves said, though his tone lacked conviction. Expected in regions with high iron content. But Wren knew the rock here was primarily granite. Something else was interfering with their delicate mechanisms. The following day, Red Elk led them not further up but down, into a narrow, shadowed canyon carved by a swift glacial stream. The walls rose sheer on either side, blotting out the sun. The air grew colder, damper. Strange, resonant hums seemed to vibrate through the rock itself, almost below the threshold of hearing, felt more in the bones than heard with the ears. The heart of the mountain, Red Elk announced, stopping where the canyon widened slightly. Before them, the stream vanished into a dark fissure at the base of the cliff face. But it wasn't the fissure that drew their attention. It was the rock wall itself. Unlike the surrounding weathered granite, a section of the cliff face, perhaps 50 feet wide and 30 high, was unnaturally smooth, almost polished, with a dark obsidian-like sheen. Embedded within it seamlessly were geometric patterns and lines that mirrored the glyphs Calder had found on the standing stones. But these were sharper, clearer, glowing faintly with the same internal luminescence Wren had seen on the Kansas object. Magnificent, Calder breathed, stepping forward, oblivious to the sudden tension that gripped the others. This isn't natural erosion. It's constructed, artificial. Greaves drew his service revolver, motioning for Wren to ready his rifle. Red Elk stood motionless, his hand resting on the handle of the long knife at his belt, his eyes fixed on the strange wall. "Doctor, be cautious," Greaves warned. Calder ignored him, reaching out to touch the smooth, dark surface. The moment her glove made contact, the low hum intensified, rising in pitch. The glyphs flared, brightening from a soft glow to a brilliant white light. The ground beneath their feet vibrated. With a sound like grinding consonants, a section of the wall, perfectly tracing the outline of a massive triangular shape, began to retract inwards, sliding silently into the mountain. It wasn't a door. It was a section of the cliff face itself, impossibly engineered. Beyond lay not a cave, but darkness, a vast yawning cavity extending into the mountain's depths. A strange, cool, sterile wind blew out from the opening, carrying the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and metallic. "By God," Greaves whispered, his official composure finally cracking, revealing awe and perhaps fear. Wren stared into the abyss, the hair on his neck prickling. The scale was immense. This wasn't a mine or a natural cavern adapted. This was built, purposefully hidden. He thought of Red Elk's words, older machines, Calder holding a galvanic lantern, aloft took a hesitant step towards the threshold. The light pierced the darkness, revealing polished, seamless walls curving away into the gloom, floors made of the same dark, resonant material. There were no tool marks, no seams, no rivets. It was as if the entire structure had been poured or grown. "We must investigate," Calder stated, her voice tight with suppressed excitement. Greaves nodded, holstering his pistol but keeping his hand near it. "Wren, take point. Red Elk, watch our backs. And the entrance." Red Elk gave a curt nod, his gaze sweeping the canyon behind them before turning back to the impossible opening. He looked less like a guide now, and more like a guardian witnessing a long-feared prophecy unfold. Wren shouldered his rifle, checked the action, and stepped across the threshold. Calder close behind him, Greaves following. They moved from the natural world of rock, wind and water into something utterly alien. The humming intensified within the structure, palpable thrum of dormant power. The air was still, cool, and carried that strange, sterile scent. The triangular entrance began to slide silently shut behind them, sealing them inside the mountain, plunging the canyon outside back into shadow, leaving Red Elk standing sentinel before the now blank cliff face. The gateway had been opened. Inside, the scale was bewildering. The galvanic lantern beams sliced through the darkness, revealing a chamber of impossible proportions. Walls, floor, and ceiling were fashioned from the same seamless dark material, cool and smooth to the touch. They curved upwards, meeting at an apex lost in the shadows far above, suggesting a space vast enough to dwarf any cathedral built by man. The air hummed, a low resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the very structure itself, vibrating deep within their chests. "Incredible engineering," Greaves muttered, his voice hushed, echoing strangely in the immense space. Beyond anything conceivable, Calder moved deeper, her lantern casting dancing shadows. "There are no pillars, no visible supports," she observed, the scientific mind grappling with the impossibility. "The geometry, it feels wrong, non-Euclidean, almost." Wren swept his rifle barrel across the darkness, senses on high alert. The silence, apart from the omnipresent hum, was absolute. No scuttling creatures, no dripping water, just the profound stillness of something ancient and dormant. He felt watched, not by eyes, but by the structure itself. As they advanced, guided by Calder's questing light, they began to discern shapes within the gloom. Positioned centrally in the vast chamber, dominating the space, was an object that stole Wren's breath. It was the triangle, or rather a triangle, identical in shape and proportion to the object he'd seen over Kansas, but larger, far larger. Easily 200 feet along each edge, it rested silently on the dark floor, its surface the same matte black, absorbing the lantern, light. 3 points of faint luminescence pulsed softly at its vertices, mirroring the lights he'd sketched in his notebook. It wasn't resting on landing gear or supports. It seemed to hover fractionally above the floor, held aloft by forces unseen. "The object from your report, Wren," Greaves breathed, awe warring with apprehension. "It's real. It's here." "Not just a craft," Calder whispered, circling the immense shape slowly. "Look." She pointed her lantern towards the floor near the triangle's edge. Faint lines glowed there, tracing complex pathways, converging and diverging like celestial navigation charts, interwoven with the strange glyphs they'd seen outside. "This isn't just a hangar. This is a nexus, a control center." She knelt, examining the glowing lines, her fingers tracing a particularly intricate spiral. "These symbols, they speak of cycles, great cycles, and guardians. Not gods, but custodians, keepers," her brow furrowed in concentration. "There are references to temporal echoes, causal manipulation, It's unlike any language structure I've ever encountered. Wren kept his distance from the colossal triangle, his scout's instincts screaming caution. He scanned the chamber walls. They weren't blank. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that the walls themselves were inscribed with impossibly fine lines, vast, complex patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of his vision. It was like staring at a map of everything, everywhere, all at once. Suddenly a section of the wall nearby flickered. The smooth black surface dissolved into a momentary image, startlingly clear yet fleeting. Wren saw vast, fern-choked jungles under a swollen alien sun, monstrous reptilian creatures moving through the foliage. Then, just as quickly, the image vanished, returning to inert blackness. "Did you see that?" Wren asked sharply, whirling around. Greaves and Calder looked up, startled. "See what?" Greaves demanded, before Wren could answer. Another section of the wall shimmered. This time it showed a desolate, windswept plain under a sky filled with two moons. Strange insectoid beings scuttled across the rust-coloured dust. It lasted only a second. "There," Calder gasped, pointing. "Temporal echoes?" The hum in the chamber deepened, resonating like a vast gong struck somewhere in the mountain's heart. The lights on the triangular craft pulsed brighter, shifting from soft white to an intense cold blue. The glowing lines on the floor flared, illuminating the entire chamber in an eerie lattice of light. "What's happening?" Greaves shouted over the rising thrum. Calder, still kneeling by the glowing lines, cried out, snatching her hand back as if burned. "I touched it! The central spiral!" The air crackled with energy. Wren felt a strange pressure building inside his skull, a dizzying sense of disorientation. The walls around them began to flicker uncontrollably, faster and faster, showing brief, chaotic glimpses of other times, other worlds, Roman legions marching, colossal machines harvesting a barren planet, shimmering cities hanging in nebula-filled skies, primeval oceans teeming with bizarre life. It was like standing inside a broken chronoscope, history and possibility flashing past in a nauseating torrent. "The system," Calder yelled, scrambling back from the glowing glyphs. "We've activated something." The great triangular craft shifted. A low, powerful vibration emanated from it, shaking the very floor beneath their feet. Panels on its dark surface slid open silently, revealing recesses filled with intricate glowing mechanisms unlike anything wrought by human hands. Then a voice spoke. It wasn't sound in the conventional sense. It resonated directly within their minds, ancient, impossibly vast and utterly devoid of emotion. It was the voice of ages, of stars turning and galaxies forming. Recording initiated, subjects detected, temporal integrity compromised, diagnostic, cycle activated. Wren stumbled back, raising his rifle, though he knew it was useless against this. Greaves swore, fumbling with his pistol again. Calder stared, transfixed, muttering, "It's speaking, communicating, but the language..." The mental voice continued, cold and precise. Biological signatures, unexpected variant, Homo sapiens, chronological placement, anomalous, authorization, query, pending. The walls ceased their chaotic flickering, coalescing into a single stable image that filled their entire field of vision. They were no longer looking at the chamber walls, but through them into a scene rendered with impossible clarity. They saw Earth, hanging in the blackness of space, but it was subtly wrong. The continents were shaped differently, the ice caps larger, and swarming in orbit like wasps around a nest were dozens, hundreds of the black triangular craft. Contextual display, previous pruning event, cycle 734, target, mammalian apex predator overreach, method, KT impactor redirection, status, successful. Ren stared, horrified, as the image shifted, showing a massive asteroid hurtling towards the planet, nudged fractionally by beams of energy emanating from the triangles. He remembered the fleeting image of the reptilian creatures. Pruning event. KT impactor. My God, Calder whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes. The dinosaurs, they didn't just die out. They were removed, culled. The perspective shifted again, zooming into Earth, but this time showing flickering scenes from human history. Pyramids rising, empires falling, culminating in images of the recent war between the states, the battlefield horrors Ren knew too well. Current cycle, 912, species of interest, Homo sapiens, observation phase complete. Assessment, rapid technological advancement, high aggression, potential for uncontrolled expansion, threat index rising. The mental voice paused, a silence more terrifying than the pronouncements. Query, are subjects, agents of intervention or symptoms of imminent convergence? The floor beneath them vibrated harder. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with power. The lights on the Great Triangle pulsed ominously. They hadn't just found an ancient hangar. They had stumbled into the control room of the entities that shaped life on Earth. Beings who viewed extinction events as pruning and humanity as merely the latest experiment, an experiment potentially nearing its termination date. They were trapped inside the machine that judged worlds. The mental voice of the custodian echoed not in their ears, but in the core of their beings, a chillingly objective pronouncement that stripped away millennia of human presumption. Humanity wasn't the pinnacle of creation. It was a variable in an equation, a cycle being monitored, measured, and potentially corrected. The images swirling on the chamber walls shifted again, no longer showing the past but flickering possibilities, glimpses of potential futures, branching from their present moment in 1882. They saw cities of gleaming metal towers reaching towards skies choked with smog. They saw barren wastelands where ghostly figures huddled around flickering fires. They saw mushroom clouds blooming over terrified populations, the destructive power Ren had only dimly conceived of in artillery barrages magnified 1,000-fold. They saw strange, silver-suited figures stepping through shimmering portals, and other scenes too chaotic, too alien to comprehend. Each flicker was a potential trajectory, a consequence of the rising threat index the custodian had cited. Convergence point. Detected, the mental voice stated, the calm tone making the words even more terrifying. Multiple timeline probabilities collapsing towards critical threshold. Current subject's interference accelerating process. What does it mean? Greaves demanded, his voice tight with fear and ingrained authority. What convergence? The termination of unstable iterations. The culling of disruptive branches, the preservation of the core directive. Earth's biosphere is a cradle. Uncontrolled expansion threatens the integrity of the experiment. Your species exhibits accelerated potential for self-induced extinction and extrasolar contamination. Calder, her initial scientific awe replaced by dawning horror, pushed herself to her feet. Experiment? You've been manipulating our history, the extinctions, the course of evolution. We are custodians. We nurture. We prune. We ensure the continuity of potential within acceptable parameters. Interventions are rare, triggered only by imminent threats to the long-term viability of the planetary cradle or the core directive itself. Your species is approaching such a threshold. The great triangular craft in the centre of the chamber began to emit a low, guttural thrum. Energy visibly crackled around its edges. The very air seemed to warp around it, like heat haze rising from asphalt, but cold, chillingly cold. Ren felt a profound temporal dislocation, a nauseating lurch as if the present moment was becoming unstuck. He saw ghostly after-images of himself and the others flicker at the edges of his vision, echoes of choices not made, paths not taken. He saw a phantom image of red elk standing not outside the sealed entrance, but beside them, chanting in low Lakota, his hands raised towards the craft. "It's fracturing time," Wren gasped, gripping his rifle, the solid weight a small anchor in the dissolving reality. Just like the flashes on the walls. Temporal stress detected. The nexus is active. Subjects are within the event horizon. "Event horizon?" Calder echoed, her mind racing. "It means a point of no return. A boundary." "Correct. The boundary beyond which causality is no longer linear from your perspective. You are unanchored." Suddenly the chamber around them dissolved. One moment they stood on the polished floor of the alien hangar. The next they were staggering under a blazing sun surrounded by ferns the size of trees. The air was thick, humid, buzzing with unseen insects. A monstrous, bellowing roar echoed nearby, shaking the ground. Through the foliage, Wren glimpsed the scaled flank and massive clawed foot of a creature straight from the visions on the wall, a dinosaur, terrifyingly real. Greaves fired his pistol wildly, the shot deafeningly loud in the primeval air, startling the creature which crashed away through the undergrowth. Just as quickly the scene shifted. They were ankle-deep in mud, freezing rain lashing down. Men in tattered blue and grey uniforms clawed at each other in a brutal melee. Cannon fire erupted nearby, showering them with earth. Wren recognised the chaos. It was Antietam, the bloody lane. The ghost that haunted his waking hours made terrifyingly solid. He saw men he knew fall, heard screams he remembered. "Make it stop," Greaves yelled, overwhelmed. Another shift. A sterile white corridor stretched before them. Figures, in strange silver suits, moved with silent efficiency, ignoring them completely. Through a window they saw a cityscape unlike anything imaginable. Vehicles flitting between impossibly tall spires under an artificial sky. Time is fluid. Within the nexus, the custodian's voice resonated, a calm anchor in the temporal storm. Your perception struggles to process non-linear reality. These are echoes, probabilities, moments accessible from this control point. They snapped back to the hangar, the familiar dark walls reassuring despite the terrifying context. They collapsed to the floor, gasping, hearts pounding. "It can send us anywhere. Anywhen," Calder breathed, wiping sweat and temporal residue from her brow. "This facility is a node, a means to observe and interact across temporal dimensions. It is how custodianship is maintained." The craft in the centre pulsed again, the blue light intensifying. "A decision point is imminent. The convergence requires resolution. Your presence has forced the timeline. One path forward must be selected. Others must be pruned." "Selected by whom?" Wren demanded, pushing himself up, rifle still ready. "By the mechanism, by the directive, or by a new custodian." A section of the floor near the triangle glowed brighter. A complex, multi-layered glyph appeared there, pulsing invitingly. "The nexus requires an operator, a sentient biological interface to guide the process, to make judgments within the established parameters. The previous custodian cycle has expired." The implication struck them like a physical blow. It wasn't just judging them. It was offering one of them the power to judge, to prune timelines, to guide humanity's destiny, or perhaps its extinction. "Become like you?" Calder asked, horrified, and yet Wren saw a flicker of intense curiosity, the scholar tempted by ultimate knowledge. To accept the mantle is to transcend linear existence, to serve the core directive, to ensure the continuity of potential. The alternative is system correction. The images on the walls shifted again, this time showing Earth engulfed in fire, oceans boiling away, the planet rendered sterile under the silent watch of the black triangles. System correction. Planetary sterilization. Greaves stared at the glowing glyph, then at the terrifying potential futures, his expression unreadable. Duty? Power? Survival? Wren thought of Red Elk, outside. He thought of the Lakota stories of spirits and gateways, of forces that demanded respect, not control. He thought of the Kansas sky, clear and blue before the impossible shape appeared. The custodian's voice echoed one final time, offering the terrible choice. One must choose to guide, or all will be pruned. The convergence is now. Decide. The humming of the great craft reached a fever pitch. The air crackled. Time itself seemed to hold its breath around them, waiting for a decision that would determine the future, not just of their small expedition, but potentially of all humankind. Wren, Calder and Greaves stood at the precipice, facing an impossible choice within the heart of an ancient alien machine that held the past, present and future of Earth in its unknowable grasp. The event horizon was upon them. The compass of a fallen star. The year of our Lord 1798 was, for a man of reason, a crucible. From the lecture hall of the University of Edinburgh, I, Professor Alistair MacGregor, saw the world as a grand and elegant clockwork, its gears governed by observable laws, its future propelled by the engine of logic. The revolutionary fervour spilling from France, the pamphlets screaming of conspiracy and shadow governments, these were but the grinding of ill-fitted cogs, the hysterical symptoms of a society struggling to shed the skin of superstition. Gentlemen, I would declaim to my students of natural philosophy, history is not a ghost story. It is a science. It is driven by economics, by politics, by the measurable tides of human ambition, not by secret societies and phantoms in the dark. I believed it with every fibre of my being. My ordered world began its slow fracture on a damp Tuesday in October. An invitation arrived, delivered by a silent courier. The parchment was heavy, the ink a deep, lustrous black. But it was the seal that held my attention, a waxen emblem of a compass and a square, symbols I recognised from the architectural guilds, but here imbued with a solemn, almost ecclesiastical gravity. It was an invitation to a private gathering of the local Masonic lodge. My intellectual pride that most subtle of vices was piqued. To dismiss such things from the podium was one thing. To observe them with a scientist's eye was another entirely. The lodge was a world unto itself, hidden behind the unassuming facade of a building I had passed 1,000 times. Inside, the air was thick with incense and the low hum of ritual. I saw men I knew, judges, merchants, even a fellow professor, their faces made alien by the flickering candlelight and the gravity of their ceremonial aprons. It was a tableau of arcane theatre, a living relic of a pre-Enlightenment age. I felt the smug detachment of the anthropologist observing a primitive rite. After the ceremony, a man named Brother Thomas, his face a roadmap of aged wisdom, took me aside. "Professor MacGregor," he said, his voice a low conspiratorial whisper, "we value a sceptical mind. It sharpens the faith of those around it. Allow me to present you with a philosophical puzzle." He produced a single vellum page, a transcript from what he called a rare Rosicrucian text, the Fama Fraternitatis. It spoke in riddles of a house of the Holy Spirit, a brotherhood dedicated to a silent reformation of the world. "Mere allegory, of course," Thomas said with a thin smile, "a relic of a more credulous time." That night, in the solitary comfort of my study, I treated the text not as allegory, but as a cipher. The discipline of my mind, honed on Newton and Locke, bent itself to this new task. By the time the first grey light of dawn touched my window, I had shattered the code. My blood ran cold. This was no philosophical tract. It was a blueprint. I saw the name Adam Weishaupt, a figure I knew only from the most rabid anti-revolutionary pamphlets. Here, his words were revered. The document outlined a strategy for what he termed illuminated Freemasonry, a plan not for harmless fraternity, but for a global insurgency with a singular, terrifying goal: to root out all of the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. My hands trembled. The clockwork of my universe had just skipped a beat. It was surely a forgery, an elaborate historical prank designed to frighten fools. But the mathematical precision of the cipher, the cold logic of its structure, it was undeniable. I sat there, the document spread before me, my world of reason warring with a chilling, encroaching dread. The war would not last long. I awoke hours later, slumped in my chair to find my study in disarray. The fire was cold, the door ajar, and my notes, the pages where I had painstakingly revealed the cipher's grim secrets, were gone. The original text, however, lay untouched on my desk, a silent, mocking invitation to a game I now knew was terrifyingly real. The violation of my study was a violation of my soul. My sanctuary of reason, of books and ordered thought, had been breached by a force that left no trace but a gaping void where my certainty used to be. A primal panic, an instinct I thought I had long since suppressed through intellectual discipline, seized me. I had to find Brother Thomas. I found him in a dim-lit public house. His avuncular wisdom curdled into stark terror. He flinched at my approach, his eyes darting towards the door. "You were not supposed to solve it," he hissed, his hand shaking so violently he spilled his ale. "It was a test of loyalty, not intellect." "A test for what?" I demanded, my voice low and urgent. "The inner circle," he breathed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "The order of death. They are not like us, Professor. They are the architects behind the stage." He spoke of a conspiracy so vast it defied imagination, a plan orchestrated not for fraternity, but for absolute dominion. Before he could elaborate, two figures detached themselves from the tavern shadows. They were dressed in dark, severe coats, their faces impassive, their movements economical and predatory. They flanked Thomas, their presence sucking the warmth from the room. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a final desperate plea. "The skull and bones," he whispered, a thread of a voice. "They use the protocols to blame the Jews. But the plan is their own." Then they were gone, melting back into the Edinburgh mist with their captive, leaving me alone with his cryptic, terrifying legacy. I was now a fugitive in my own city. The familiar Masonic symbols carved into the lintels and keystones of Edinburgh's grand buildings no longer looked like quaint historical details. They seemed like the eyes of a hidden beast watching me. I remembered Thomas mentioning a final failsafe, a key to the archive, a small brass key he had pressed into my palm during our first meeting, which I had dismissed as part of the Masonic theatre. A scribbled address led me not to a grand institution, but to a dusty, forgotten bookbinder's shop. The key opened a door behind a false wall of shelving, revealing a hidden library, a trove of forbidden knowledge. It was there I found it, an unpublished manuscript by my university colleague John Robison, titled Proofs of a Conspiracy. It was a meticulous academic confirmation of everything Thomas had feared. Robison had documented the Illuminati's infiltration of the Continental Lodges, detailing their methods with chilling clarity, fomenting class wars under the banner of freedom, seizing control of the press to act as a mouthpiece, and installing their agents in positions of power. But it was a folder of maps tucked within the manuscript that stopped my heart. It contained a pristine copy of Pierre L'Enfant's original plan for Washington, D.C., the new capital of the fledgling American Republic. Tucked beside it was a Masonic cipher wheel, its symbols matching those in Robison's text. With trembling hands, I aligned the cipher over the map. The streets, squares, and circles of the planned city resolved into a perfect blasphemous shape, an inverted pentagram, its lowest point piercing the grounds of the future White House. The geometry was too precise to be coincidence. This was architecture as a cult ritual. As I stared, another layer of the cipher revealed itself. It spoke of a second Jerusalem, not a city, but a subterranean chamber, a vault, and within that vault, a worshipful master's chair, waiting to be installed beneath the dome of the yet unbuilt capital, a throne for a coming king, a world leader who would rule from the heart of this new, engineered empire. The hunt began in earnest. The men who pursued me were not the local constabulary. They were spectres, moving with a purpose that transcended mere law enforcement. I caught a glimpse of an emblem on one of their lapels, a small silver pin of a skull with two crossed bones, the Order of Death. Brother Thomas's final, panicked warning now had a face. Every shadow in the cobbled alleys of Edinburgh seemed to hold them. My academic life was over, burned to the ground along with my belief in a rational world. My only hope was to flee, to cross the Atlantic and expose the conspiracy in the very nation they sought to make their throne. The sea voyage was a purgatory of salt spray and soul-searching. Stripped of my library and the comforting armour of my academic certainties, I had only the few occult texts I had managed to save from Robison's collection. I read them now not as a historian, but as a terrified believer. The Rosicrucian manifestos, Weishaupt's doctrines. They were no longer abstract theories. They were the operating manuals of the men who hunted me. In the howling void of the open ocean I found myself doing something I had not done since childhood. I prayed. It was not the elegant philosophical prayer to a distant clockmaker god, but a raw, desperate plea for deliverance from a tangible and profound evil. My transformation was hastened by an encounter with a fellow passenger, a German watchmaker named Klaus, fleeing the political turmoil in his homeland. Seeing the books I carried, he confided in me in hushed tones. He spoke of a secret society born in the halls of Yale College in America, an offshoot of the German Illuminati. He spoke of their chilling philosophy, a dark interpretation of Hegel. They believed that history was a thesis, to be opposed by a manufactured antithesis, a war, a revolution, a financial collapse. From the ashes of that conflict they would build their synthesis, a new world order, born from chaos of their own making. "They do not take sides," Klaus whispered, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "They create the sides," his words were, a key, unlocking another layer of the Washington, D.C. map. I saw it clearly now, the grand avenues forming the legs of a Masonic compass, the White House and Capitol building its pivot points. The second Jerusalem was not a metaphor, it was a physical place, a vault for unholy relics designed to anoint and empower the figurehead of this new order. The master's chair was a literal throne for the man they would install, a man the scriptures might call Antichrist. I arrived in Philadelphia, the temporary capital, a man reborn into a nightmare. The city buzzed with the energy of a new nation, but I saw only the conspiracy's tendrils. My attempts to warn members of Congress were met with polite, dismissive smiles. I was treated as a madman, a purveyor of the very European hysteria they claimed their republic was founded to escape. My efforts were further thwarted by a journalist from a prominent gazette, a man whose questions were too pointed, whose scepticism was too polished. He was, one of them, an agent of the press placed there to discredit, to control the narrative. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Washington, D.C. was not yet a city. It was a wound in the earth, a mire of mud, felled trees, and naked ambition. The grand avenues on L'Enfant's map were little more than rutted tracks, and the great buildings were skeletal scaffolds clawing at a grey sky. It felt like a place outside of time, a primordial landscape where a new world was being birthed, and I feared I knew the nature of its soul. I made my way to the construction site of the capital. There, half submerged in the mud, was the cornerstone. A brief inquiry with the stonemasons confirmed my fears. It had been laid months prior in a full Masonic ceremony, a ritualistic claiming of the nation's symbolic heart. Time was running out. It was there, in the shadow of the nascent dome, that he found me. He was not a brute or a common thug. He was impeccably dressed, his English accent honed in the halls of Yale, his demeanour one of chilling intellectual calm. He introduced himself only as the Patriarch. "Professor McGregor," he began, his voice devoid of menace, yet carrying an absolute authority. "You have been a most persistent anomaly, a testament to the untidiness of the human intellect." He explained the Order's creed with the dispassionate air of a biologist explaining the behaviour of insects. Humanity, he said, was a rudderless beast, driven by base passion and fear. It did not need freedom, it needed shepherds. "We provide the storm and the shelter from it," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "We fund the revolution and the counter-revolution. We arm both sides of every war. We steer civilization through a sea of chaos of our own design, towards a harbour of absolute order." He spoke of a global state, a synthesis of the efficiencies of capitalism and the controls of communism. It would be a fascist paradise, ruled by an enlightened hereditary elite. Democracy was merely a phase, a tool to dismantle the old monarchies before it too was discarded. And then he made his offer. "Your mind is a rare instrument, Professor. It could be of use to the great work. Join us, or be a footnote in a history that will be written by us, a footnote we can very easily erase." He spoke of the relics, not as myths, but as tools, artifacts of immense psychic power that would be used in a ritual to consecrate the very ground we stood on, preparing it for the arrival of a future leader, a Rex Mundi, a king of the world. My life's work, my unwavering belief in reason, dissolved in the face of this seductive satanic logic. Here was an evil that did not rave like a madman, but lectured like a philosopher. "I will not," I said, the words feeling small and inadequate against the scale of his vision. The Patriarch's smile vanished. A pity. The chase was a desperate scramble through the skeletal framework of the future city. But I had an advantage. The Patriarch had underestimated the power of the very knowledge he had dangled before me. I had memorised the Masonic blueprints. I knew the hidden passages, the unfinished tunnels, the secret symmetries of the construction site. As his agents closed in, I found it, a disguised entrance, a stone slab beneath the capital's foundation, exactly where the maps had promised it would be. I slipped into the darkness, the sounds of my pursuers fading behind me. The air that met me was ancient and cold. I descended into the second Jerusalem. It was a vast torch-lit cavern, its architecture subtly wrong, its angles seeming to shift and bend at the edge of my vision. It was a place built according to a geometry not of Euclid, but of nightmare. In the centre of the cavern stood a simple, unadorned stone chair. It seemed to absorb the torchlight, and I felt a faint, sickening vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Dozens of figures in dark robes were gathered around it. The skull and bones. They were not here to anoint a leader. Their ritual was one of preparation, a long and patient consecration of this unholy ground for a master who was yet to come. On a crude stone altar lay the relics, yellowed scrolls that seemed to writhe in the flickering light, and a crystalline artifact that pulsed with a soft, malevolent glow like a captured star. The Patriarch stood before the altar. "You see, Professor," his voice echoed in the vast chamber, carrying an unnerving calm. "This is not about a single lifetime. This is the great work of ages. We are but the latest in a long line of stewards, tending the garden until the true master arrives to claim his throne." He spoke of their promise to a coming power, a being of immense will who would unite the world under a single iron fist. They were not merely conspirators, they were acolytes, high priests of a dark faith. I knew then that I could not stop them with force. I was one man against centuries of momentum, but I possessed a weapon they had overlooked, a tool of my own vanquished world. Tucked in my satchel was a small, portable printing press, its metal frame heavy with the weight of the Enlightenment. I could not fight them, but I could bear witness. I could print a single page, a manifesto, a declaration. I could expose their symbols, their plot, their very existence. The choice was absolute. To print the page was to announce my presence, to sacrifice my only chance of escape. I would be caught. I would be killed. My name would be erased, just as the Patriarch had promised. The alternative was to flee, to save my own skin while the great work continued, unopposed, in the secret heart of the world. It was a choice between my life and the soul of a future I could barely comprehend. It was a choice between the cold calculus of survival and a final, desperate act of faith. Faith that the truth, once set free, could never be fully recaptured. As the Patriarch raised the glowing crystal and the cultist chant rose to a fever pitch, a new sound joined their chorus, the rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank of the printing press. It was the sound of reason's last stand. The robed figures turned as one, their faces illuminated by the unholy light of the crystal, were masks of pure fury. The Patriarch's eyes met mine across the cavern, his look of intellectual curiosity replaced by one of murderous rage. I pulled the freshly inked page from the press. The ink was still wet, the letters stark against the cheap paper. I held it aloft, a single sheet against an ocean of darkness. It was a declaration of resistance. It was a testament. It was a prayer, cast into the void. In the year 1851, during an expansion of the United States Capitol, a construction worker pried loose a floor stone in a forgotten sub-basement. Beneath it, he found a single, preserved sheet of parchment, its ink faded, its edges smudged with what might have been dirt or dried blood. It contained a strange amalgam of Masonic symbols, architectural diagrams of the city above, and a frantic handwritten text. The final lines read, "They believe themselves architects of the future, weaving a grand design from shadow and deceit. But truth is not a structure to be built or demolished. It is a seed, and once planted it can shatter any foundation. Let this be my proof. Let this be my faith." The Anglo-Saxon Legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlisle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players, politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognised General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase imposing figure, with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlisle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlisle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the Overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the General implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlisle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognised him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlisle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a rundown bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous expose that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." Believe me, Tyler replied, this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble. The line crackled. Define big. Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish. A long pause. Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone. Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. You look awful, Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. Tell me everything. Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. Signal jammer, Nathan explained. No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint. Tyler tried to steady his voice. Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order. Nathan pursed his lips. If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile. In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got. He stood, scanning the narrow windows. First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this. Tyler tightened his jaw. You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types? Yeah, Nathan nodded. One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research, projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology. Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open. Nathan offered a wry smile. Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlisle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical. Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between 2 men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. "I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find." Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. "We'll need to start at the beginning," Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. "From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies." Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. "So they've been shaping our world for centuries?" Rafe nodded. "Feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire." Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. "That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlisle's meeting?" Tyler took a breath. "From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlisle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance." Rafe's gaze hardened. "And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative." "Likely," Tyler said. "They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance," Nathan exhaled. "They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it." The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlisle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War. Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments, hard to reach, no prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge." Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. "We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it." Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. "Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys." Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. "That's the story of my life. Always out of my league." Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. "Basement exit," Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. "They're professionals," Rafe whispered. "Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick." Tyler's pulse hammered. "We can't outrun them if they have vehicles." Nathan's expression hardened. "We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next." Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. "Don't get yourself killed." Nathan gave a thin smile. "Not part of the plan." With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. "Keep low," Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, the Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All 3 were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town. where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the Overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemies' communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon Units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the Reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and..." She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. "It took me a while to realise the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear." Ashley stepped forward. "We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. "I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns." Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse engineered from them. The Overseers Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder. Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet. Helena nodded gravely. And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die. A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control. Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house. That doesn't surprise me, Helena said. Carlisle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long, she gestured to the equipment. I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical, Tyler nodded. Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device. Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlisle's mercenaries. It's just the four of us. We're going to need a plan. Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible. The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. This is a direct intercept from one of Carlisle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no. Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities. Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler. Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends. An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. We stop it at the source, Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses. Helena gathered her disruptor components. Let's do it. But we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility. Rafe turned to Ashley. We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar. I can handle that, Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works. They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organised, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday they had a plan, risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me. Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No, it's not stable yet." More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes," she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now," Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock, their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlisle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. "Sensor jammer," she explained. "Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time." They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its taillights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. 2 armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. "This will give us a short window." She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. "We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary." They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment. Cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. "They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this." Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. "They know we're here," Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. "Too many guards," Ashley panted. "We need a diversion." Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. "If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running." "That might be our only shot," Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful, you don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed." A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. Towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence. Ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The Overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The Overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. "We have no choice. Do it." She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. "Manual release up there." She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the Overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the Overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half-dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow. And then the Overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the Overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red, and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The Overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it, but the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, it might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale. Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission. Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer. No time, Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes. Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. I'll do it. Rafe shook his head fiercely. No, we came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way. But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. I started this, Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risk your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good. Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage. Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. He's done. There's no saving him. They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. Tyler, Rafe said softly. Thank you. Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this. As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The Overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval, an ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-minus 45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged openings, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory. But behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralized or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the Overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said softly, joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered. Because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the Overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure. Warborn, the last Terran. Marvin Tank. Griggs pressed his scarred back against the stained, corroded wall of Zinth Station's dingy mess hall. The overhead lighting flickered in sickly yellow bursts, revealing a clientele of crooks, smugglers, burned-out wanderers, and the occasional scavenger who might once have been a respectable trader. It was the sort of place you wound up in when the galaxy had no further use for you. Rust devoured the bulkheads. The air recyclers sputtered. Rumours of black market organ trafficking circulated as freely as spilled drinks. Yet, for Marvin, it was home, or at least the closest thing to home a man with no planet could claim. He was a Terran, or human, as some star charts might have classified him, a near-extinct species. While rumours circulated that humans had been scattered across the far reaches of known space, many believed them to be gone, a footnote in the grand tapestry of galactic history. Unlike all those hushed legends, Marvin was flesh, blood and muscle, though he sometimes wished he was simply a ghost of the past. Once he had been part of an elite special forces division, prized for their adaptability, cunning and relentless drive to survive. But the galaxy had decided humanity was far too volatile. They'd labelled his species a ticking time bomb of aggression and ingenuity, a genetic threat better left suppressed or exterminated. Marvin took a moment to swirl the dubious alcohol in his dented metal cup. The smell was a cross between industrial solvent and expired paint thinner, but it served its purpose. He raised the cup to his lips for a swig when a ropey, slime-coated tail slapped against his shoulder from behind. He turned to see a group of reptilian, fish-eyed creatures with iridescent scales. The sea had no shortage of hostility. The one at the centre was a head taller than Marvin, though spindly-limbed. It hissed a command in that slithering language the translator earpiece struggled to decode. Something about wanting the hairless ape to move, or maybe it was calling him a hairless ape. It was hard to tell. Marvin ignored the remark, eyes fixed on his drink. Then, as if the sea needed more provocation, it spit into his cup, a long, viscous glob that splashed like acid across the dingy metal rim. Marvin sipped the liquid anyway. The slimy spit added a new, unpleasant flavour, but to Marvin it might as well have been a drop of water in the ocean of disrespect he'd already endured. He took his time setting the cup on the nearby table, letting the tension coil around him like an invisible serpent. Then he spun with surprising speed and drove his fist straight into the key's bony snout. Something crunched, and the alien reeled backward, hissing and clawing at its broken face. The Shi's companions lurched forward, brandishing improvised weapons, rusty blades and electrified rods. Marvin parried the first rod with a block from his forearm, ignoring the surge of electric pain that jolted through his nerves. Combat to him was as familiar as breathing. He grabbed the wielder's wrist, twisted hard until the alien shrieked, then slammed the elbow into the reptile's own forehead. His earpiece crackled with frantic chatter in multiple alien languages, gawking onlookers, station staff, a smattering of terrified screams as bodies crashed into tables. A huddled group of smugglers near the corner took one look at Marvin's intense glare and decided they wanted no part in it. Another sea soldier tried to slither behind Marvin, brandishing a sharpened vibro dagger. Marvin snapped out a powerful kick, connecting with the creature's midsection, sending it sprawling across the floor. It should have ended there, but in Zinth Station, trouble rarely ended so neatly. A sudden hush fell over the mess hall as the crowd parted, revealing a towering figure that dwarfed the Shi. It was a darky brute, purple-skinned, thickly muscled, with a ring of horns crowning its head. The darky stepped forward with a menacing gaze, about to challenge Marvin when a booming voice interrupted from the overhead speakers. "This is Zed Kath, Station Master," the voice rasped. "All unauthorized combatants stand down. Security teams, bring that Terran to me, now." They didn't need a second invitation. Within moments, a swarm of the station's ragtag security officers arrived. Some carried battered energy rifles, others brandished clubs. Though they were half a step above criminals themselves, they found synergy in a single unifying desire: subdue the Terran. After all, rumours or not, humans were known for their unparalleled ferocity. Marvin didn't resist. He understood that continuing to fight would just create more bodies. Let them bring him to Zed Kath. Maybe he could talk his way out of immediate incarceration, or at least get an explanation for why the entire bar had suddenly gone quiet. 2 guards slapped a pair of archaic-looking restraints on his wrists, and he barely concealed a rueful grin. Metal cuffs felt like little more than cheap souvenirs after what he'd been through. Led through the winding corridors of Zinth Station, Marvin observed the battered walls. Flickering holographic signs displayed discount surgeries, black market modules, and half-functioning translator implants. It was a place that existed outside the normal flow of galactic life, a place where everyone was either hiding or hunting. The door to the station master's office slid open with a squeal of unlubricated metal. Inside waited Zed Kath, an insectoid alien with segmented limbs and a pair of twitching antennae. It lounged behind a battered metallic desk shaped like a teardrop, stacked high with data slates. The insectoid's compound eyes flickered with annoyance. A stench of rotting fruit permeated the air around it. Zed Kath's species emitted odours corresponding to their emotions, and anger apparently smelled like decaying groceries. "You are a nuisance," Zed Kath hissed, leaning forward. "This is the third altercation in a week, and my patience is wearing thin." Marvin shrugged, his wrist still bound in those flimsy cuffs. "One of those punks spat in my drink," Zed Kath clicked its mandibles in disdain. "Maybe if you were less prone to violence, you wouldn't constantly find yourself in..." Before it could finish, a deafening klaxon blared overhead. Lights bathed the office in a pulsing crimson as the harsh alarm reverberated through the corridors. A holographic display lit up next to Zed Kath's desk, forcibly overriding whatever security feed was running. A bounty alert. The screen flashed in bold letters, translatable in nearly every major alien script. Wanted alive. 10 million credits. Subject: Marvin, tank. Griggs. For a moment no one spoke. Then Zedcath's antennae twitched in shock. 10 million? That's more credits than this entire station sees in a year. Who the blazes posted this? The holofeed provided the answer in stark, ominous text. Issued by High Imperator Solvex Dral. Zedcath's gaze darted from the screen to Marvin. The insectoid's voice dropped to a near whisper. The High Imperator. He's made entire star systems bow before him, and now he wants... you? Marvin let out a low, humorless laugh. Alive? That's a twist. He'd certainly had bounties on his head before, dead or alive, usually for a fraction of the price and posted by petty crime lords. But this? Solvex Dral was no petty anything. He was a conqueror, known for turning planets into war factories and forcing subjugation with a single-mindedness that even the galaxy's most hardened despots feared. Zedcath seemed torn between salivating at the massive sum and trembling at the implications of crossing someone like Solvex. Look, the station master muttered, I'd hand you over in a heartbeat if I thought it'd keep this station safe. But if I do it plainly, you'll have the entire station in a feeding frenzy. Every bounty hunter, mercenary or desperate fool out there will try to claim that reward. I don't want that war on my station. Marvin was silent, scanning the screens. The bounty had gone wide. No doubt unscrupulous individuals were already suiting up, ready to storm every corner of Zinth Station to find him. If you're hoping to hand me over peacefully, I'd rather go down fighting, he said, stepping closer to the desk. In one swift motion, he lifted his cuffed wrists and brought them down hard on the battered metal. The ancient cuffs cracked. With a snarl of exertion, he snapped the chain binding them. Zedcath recoiled. No, you fool, you're going to stir up a galaxy of trouble. Before Marvin could retort, an explosion somewhere in the station shook the floor under their feet. The overhead lights flickered, again threatening darkness. Zedcath scrambled at a console, but the feed was cut short by static. A second explosion reverberated through the walls, this time accompanied by muffled gunfire. Someone had already arrived for the bounty. Marvin set his jaw. I didn't exactly sign up for this, but I'm not letting some half-trained scum drag me to Solvex on a chain. Zedcath cursed in a language Marvin's translator garbled. Fine, run, fight, do whatever you want, but do it off my station if you can, and if you survive, never come back. With that, the insectoid hammered a control switch. The office door hissed open. Marvin stepped out into chaos. The corridors were dark but for the flashing emergency lights, and he heard the distinct cracks of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere to his left, metal screeched as an entire wall panel collapsed from an explosion. The bounty hunters had come, and they were making no secret about their intentions. Marvin flexed his freed, his wrists. 10 million credits was enough to mobilize the scum of half the galaxy, and enough to bring the truly elite out of hiding. If Solvex Dral wanted him alive, he'd have to earn it the hard way. Gripping a fallen guard's energy rifle, Marvin exhaled, feeling adrenaline wash away the sting of his recent fight. The Forgotten Warrior had become the galaxy's hottest target. Now it was time to show them all what it truly meant to be human, if he survived long enough to prove it. Zinth Station rattled as yet another explosion tore through its lower decks. In the flickering corridor, Marvin pressed his back against a bulkhead that reverberated under the impact. He tossed aside the half-dead energy rifle he'd salvaged. Its power core had been damaged in the firefight, and checked the battered pistol at his hip. Hardly an ideal arsenal, but it was better than nothing. He glanced around for a viable escape route. Alarms screamed, red lights strobed, and a dissonant melody of chaotic shouts filled the station's corridors. Smoke curled from charred panels, wafting through the stale, recycled air. A few scattering figures, a mix of station workers and alien civilians, ran panicked, trying to flee the crossfire. Beyond them, silhouettes advanced in disciplined formation, the first wave of bounty hunters, their gear glinting under emergency lights. Marvin's pulse quickened, a primal thrill of combat taking hold. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he felt a strange calm. He was outnumbered, outgunned, with half the station eager to turn him in for that massive reward. But deep inside, a voice whispered that this was precisely what humans had been bred for. Impossible fights and desperate odds. The Terran paradox. The species labelled too unpredictable, too violent, too cunning to coexist without strict regulation. He slid into a narrow maintenance shaft, pulling a panel behind him. The cramped passage stank of lubricants and stale coolant. His earpiece, still connected to the station's communication frequencies, crackled with frantic transmissions. Talis 3 has engaged the target at Sector G. Ghost Viren inbound. We've locked down the docking bays. No one gets in or out. A grim smile tugged at Marvin's lips. The big guns were here. Talis 3 was rumoured to be an AI-driven combat droid known for analysing a foe's fighting style mid-battle. Ghost Viren, a reptilian assassin who specialised in invisibility tech. And then there was Gravemind Draal, a cybernetic brute rumoured to be an offshoot of Solvex Draal's own genetic experiments. That these types had arrived so quickly spoke to the High Imperator's reach. Normally, such heavy hitters didn't bother with remote outposts like Zinth Station, but 10 million credits was a potent motivator, even more so when it came from a warlord who commanded entire fleets. Slithering down the tight hallway, Marvin considered his options. He needed a vantage point. Zed-Cath had given him a half-threatening, half-pleading directive. Run, fight, do whatever you want, but off my station if possible. Problem was the docking bays were locked down, and the station bristled with mercenaries who'd arrived to claim his head. He let out a steadying breath, pushing aside the swirl of fatalistic thoughts. He'd break the blockade or die trying. Reaching a small junction, he kicked aside a vent cover and peered into a side corridor. A group of 3 bounty hunters huddled behind an overturned cargo container, scanning the hallway with advanced vision scopes. They wore hodgepodge armour, indicating they likely belonged to smaller merc teams, amateurs, but still dangerous in numbers. Marvin scanned the environment. Overhead pipes, loose cables, sparks from damaged electrical panels. If he could take them by surprise, he might secure a better weapon. He reached up to the overhead pipe and yanked, feeling it shift under his weight. In a fluid motion, he swung down, letting gravity carry him right over the bounty hunters. The nearest one looked up a second too late. Marvin's boots connected with the alien's helmet, cracking it open like cheap plastic. The other 2 scrambled, but with no time to aim properly. Their shots flew wild. Marvin pivoted, snatching an energy carbine from the one he'd knocked down. He fired a quick series of blasts that sent the remaining mercenaries sprawling. One collapsed face first, smoke curling from the new holes in its chest. The other screamed and clutched at a seared leg rolling across the floor. Marvin walked up, exhaled, and dropped the alien with a final clean shot. Mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford. He rummaged their gear, a half-charged energy carbine, a belt of mini-explosives, a battered data slate. It'd do. He was about to move on when the overhead lights flickered again, casting everything into near darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably, aside, effect of the station's failing environmental controls or maybe something else. Marvin's hair stood on end. A faint whispering hiss came from behind him. He spun, rifle at the ready, but saw only swirling smoke. Ghost Viren, he muttered, recognising the calling card of an assassin who could bend light around herself. A shape flickered across his peripheral vision. He turned, firing 2 quick bursts into the gloom, but only struck empty air. Another flicker, then a malicious giggle drifted from the darkness. That was Virane's game. torment the target, unnerve them, then strike in the moment of doubt. Marvin remembered the old training his Special Forces unit had hammered into him. Never chase illusions, make them come to you. He dropped to one knee, energy carbine aimed forward, and withdrew a mini explosive from the newly acquired belt. He flicked a dial, setting the device to proximity mode. Then he tossed it gently to the ground in front of him. The hiss grew louder. A faint distortion rippled before his eyes, like heat waves off asphalt. Marvin's reflexes kicked in, and he fired a rapid volley. He saw brief sparks of energy as one shot connected with something solid. A shrill screech tore through the corridor, followed by a shape partially uncloaking. Ghost Viren was reptilian, with slick green scales and elongated limbs. She clutched her side where the blast had grazed her. Her stealth field shimmered, glitching in and out. Snarling, she lunged forward with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Marvin rolled sideways, letting her pass. She was fast, but not faster than his reflexes. With a brutal downswing of the rifle stock, he knocked her to the ground. She sneered, flipping backward with agility that belied her injuries and vanished again. Tightening his grip on the carbine, Marvin backed up slowly. His left hand slipped into a pouch, retrieving a second mini-explosive. This time, he used it as a lure. He set it to a 10-second timer, pressed the activation switch, then dropped it by his feet. Lorraine thought she'd cornered him. The corridor had caved in behind him, leaving him only one direction to retreat. He guessed she'd wait until the last moment to strike from behind, maybe to knock him forward or break his neck. Let her try. He counted the seconds in his head. 5, 6, 7. A shimmer at his back. He whirled, firing the entire carbine clip. Screams echoed as the invisible assassin took multiple hits, her cloak shorting out, sparks dancing across malfunctioning stealth tech. She collapsed face first, greenish blood pooling around her. The mini-explosive beeped. 10. Marvin ducked behind a corner as the device detonated, swallowing the corridor in a short, focused burst of flame and concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Ghost Viren was no more than a smouldering husk. He exhaled. One formidable hunter down, but there were plenty more. He made his way deeper into the station, passing through a labyrinth of twisted corridors and half-demolished areas. Everywhere he looked, squads of mercenaries lurked. Some were locked in vicious firefights with the station's skeleton security crew. Others roamed, scanning every shadow for a glimpse of their high-value target. A heavy clang echoed from a cargo bay to his left. Marvin froze, scanning for the source. Then, as if in a preordained horror show, the sealed doors of the cargo bay were ripped apart. Talis 3 stepped out. The droid was roughly humanoid in shape, but stood half a metre taller than Marvin, with sleek metal plating and a series of glowing optic sensors that tracked him with cold precision. Subject: Marvin Griggs, it droned, voice echoing with mechanical resonance. Combat analysis initiated. Marvin tensed. Talis 3 was infamous for recording its opponent's fighting styles, analysing them in real time and adapting to counter every move. He had only a half-charged rifle and a belt of explosives. If Talis 3 closed the distance, it would be over quickly. He ducked into the cargo bay, luring the droid inside. Rows of towering shelves held crates and containers stacked precariously. Sparks danced from overhead lighting. Talis 3 followed with methodical steps, scanning the environment. Probability of success 99.87%, it declared flatly. Bold bet, Marvin muttered, retreating deeper. If there was one advantage he had, it was the environment, and possibly Talis 3's own arrogance. The droid marched forward, raising an arm that pivoted to reveal a built-in energy cannon. The muzzle glowed ominously. Marvin dove behind a row of crates as Talis 3 fired. A thunderous blast obliterated the makeshift cover, sending fragments flying. Splinters of metal and plastic rained down. Marvin landed in a crouch behind another container, heart hammering. "You adapt," he hissed under his breath, "but so do I." He rummaged through the mini-explosives, noting one was labelled cargo lift, override. Possibly something to sabotage the station's aging lifts. A plan formed. He bolted to the nearest cargo elevator, hooking the device to its ancient control panel. Talis 3 continued to advance, scanning for movement. The droid unleashed a second barrage, destroying entire shelves. Crates crashed around Marvin, forcing him to scramble for an alternative path. "Subject uses agile maneuvers," Talis 3 announced, initiating close quarters protocol. A metallic blade slid out from its forearm, humming with energy. In a sudden dash, Talis 3 lunged. Marvin tumbled aside. The droid's blade cleaved the deck plating, sparks erupting. Marvin rolled to his feet, ignoring the fiery pain in his shoulder. He jammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, took aim, and fired a rapid volley. Talis 3's advanced plating deflected most of the shots. A few scorched the droid's frame but didn't cripple it. Analysis complete. Your reflexes are above average, but your weapons are insufficient, Talis 3 stated, raising its cannon arm again. Marvin smirked. "Maybe so, but I just needed to keep you busy." He slammed his fist against the override device. With a grinding screech, the cargo lift sealing mechanism tore loose, swinging violently overhead. Tethered by fracturing cables, the entire platform lurched, throwing Talis 3 off balance. Seizing the moment, Marvin hurled a mini-explosive at the droid's feet. Boom! A fireball engulfed Talis 3, ripping open its torso. Sparks and hydraulic fluid spewed from the breach. "Error! Error!" it crackled. The droid staggered, trying to steady itself. Marvin dashed forward, grabbing a piece of twisted metal debris. With a roar, he slammed it into Talis 3's head, driving the makeshift spike down until the droid's optics went dark. Panting and covered in soot, Marvin watched Talis 3's chest panel flicker. In a final chilling act, the droid's eyes glowed faintly. Data, uplink, completed, it rasped. Then the lights in its optics dimmed completely, leaving only a smoking husk. Some remote server or central command post just received Talis 3's final combat analysis. Someone, somewhere, had footage of Marvin's fighting style. Wiping sweat from his brow, Marvin climbed out of the smouldering cargo bay. The station's chaos still roiled. Pockets of gunfire echoed, flames danced where systems had shorted out, and mercenaries prowled like vultures. He had survived Ghost Viren and Talis 3, but word would spread quickly. The next wave would come, stronger, more prepared. He needed to leave Zinth Station, fast. Only problem was he still had no clear path to the hangars, and from the meltdown he was hearing on the comm channels, Solvex Draal's personal enforcers might be arriving soon. Marvin spat blood onto the deck. 10 million credits for me, huh? He shook his head, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Fine, let's see if their pockets are deep enough to pay for. The funeral expenses too. With that, he headed toward the central hub, where the largest docking bays lay hidden behind layers of locked doors and mercenary squads. If there was any chance of escape, it would be found there, or in a blaze of glory that would leave one final violent testament to why you should never underestimate a human being. Marvin felt every ache and bruise as he rummaged through a half-collapsed corridor strewn with twisted metal and broken bodies. The station's structural integrity was failing in patches, and the internal climate controls were on the verge of collapse. Flickers of static from his earpiece told him that the local security feed was only partially functional. The entire place reeked of desperation. Every creature here was either trying to get out or trying to corner him. He ducked into a side room marked by alien script that loosely translated to engineering substation. The heavy door hissed shut behind him, providing a brief moment of quiet amid the chaos outside. Panels lined the walls, some blinking, some shattered. The overhead lights buzzed at half strength, and the recycled air carried a tang of scorched wires. Slumping against the wall, he rotated his shoulder, grimacing at the pain that radiated from a deep bruise Talis III's onslaught had left behind. He recalled an old friend, Sarah Juno, a human engineer who had once patched him up after a botched mission. She was brilliant and resourceful, with a habit of collecting top-secret data like others collected souvenirs. If anyone in this sector knew the deeper truth behind his sudden sky-high bounty, it'd be her. But he had no idea where she was, if she was still alive. A battered console blinked, seemingly connected to an old interstellar communication line. Marvin prayed it was functional enough for a quick hail. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard, the translator implant in his ear feeding him partial instructions. Static hissed. The overhead screen glitched, but after a tense few seconds the flicker of a connection stabilized. An all-too-familiar face appeared. Sarah Juno, sporting tinted goggles over short-cropped hair, her expression one of startled recognition. Marvin? Stars above. How are you even... She cut herself off, scanning him through the feed. You look like hell. He gave a weary chuckle. I feel worse. You have a minute, Sarah. The entire galaxy is after me. I know, she said, her voice threaded with tension. There's a huge bounty on your head. Rumours say you're special. Something about your DNA. Humans, especially ones with your track record, are considered, well, let's say prized or dangerous, depending on who you ask. Marvin's eyes narrowed. Special how? Sarah sighed. Look, since the Terran diaspora, there were hush-hush experiments by high-level warlords, some messing with the aggression triggers in the human genome, others trying to replicate your adaptability under extreme conditions. Apparently they had minimal success. You were the outlier in their data, the final piece in a puzzle they thought was unsolvable. Now Solvex Dral wants to capture you, milk your DNA, maybe clone an entire army of unstoppable soldiers. Marvin ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. So that's it. Guy wants me as his personal lab rat. Or a blueprint, Sarah added grimly. Think about it. Unstoppable shock troops with the cunning and adaptability of a real Terran. The galaxy is terrified of humans for a reason. He let out a bitter laugh. So everything we fought against, all those times we tried to prove we weren't mindless monsters, just got thrown out the window. Now I'm a high-value product. Sarah's face softened. I'm sorry, Marvin. Listen, I might have a way to help you, but it's risky. You'll never survive if you keep going solo. I can get you a safe rendezvous on the ice planet Kamar 7, away from heavy traffic lanes. But the minute you step foot there, more hunters will come. Dral himself might show up. Good, Marvin said simply. Better to face them on my terms. A distant explosion rattled the substation door. Sarah glanced sideways at something off-screen, her expression taut. I have to cut this short, sending coordinates to your data slate. Go dark until you reach Kamar 7. Don't pick fights you can't... Another eruption of static. The screen went black. Marvin cursed under his breath. So Kamar 7 it was. But first, he had to escape Zinth Station. Outside, the corridor was a twisted battlefield. Bodies of various species lay strewn about, some still gripping their weapons. A few wounded mercenaries moaned for help, but in the madness of the station meltdown no one was likely to answer their pleas. Sirens droned incessantly, and even in the dim emergency lighting Marvin could see fresh scorch marks on every wall. He moved with caution, scanning for the next wave of hunters. He knew it wouldn't be long before more arrived, some spurred by greed, others by fear of Solvex's wrath if they didn't attempt to capture Marvin. Just keep moving, he told himself. He was nearing a debris-strewn cross-junction. when a voice behind him resonated like thunder. "Human!" Spinning, Marvin came face to face with Gravemind Dral, a hulking figure nearly 7 feet tall, his body bristling with cybernetic enhancements. A single red optic implant glowed in place of his left eye. Tubes filled with fluorescent green fluid snaked across his torso, connecting mechanical limbs to slabs of living flesh. He wasn't Solvex, but clearly of the same species, Dalkari, though twisted by whatever experiments they favoured. "You will submit," Gravemind snarled, flexing a robotic arm that whirred with savage potential. "Your pathetic station is dying. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. Resist, and I'll feed your limbs to the plasma reactors." One by one, Marvin cocked his head, forcing a thin smile. "That's quite the negotiation tactic. Let me think about it. No." Gravemind bared jagged, metal-reinforced teeth. His mechanical arms roared to life, each sporting hydraulics that could tear through starship plating under the right conditions. "Then your pain will be legendary, human." Marvin barely had time to brace. Gravemind thundered forward, swinging a wrecking ball-like fist. Marvin ducked, feeling a rush of air as the blow grazed his shoulder, the shockwave alone making his bones rattle. He retaliated with an upward strike from the butt of his rifle, aiming for Gravemind's jaw. The Dalkari caught the weapon mid-swing, crushing the barrel in his augmented grip. Sparks flew. Marvin yanked back, but the rifle was now scrap. "Strong," Marvin muttered, tossing the mangled remains aside. He dove into a forward roll, retrieving a mini-explosive from his belt. Gravemind's hulking form pivoted with surprising agility, swinging again. Marvin hurled the explosive, but the Dalkari knocked it away with a contemptuous swipe, sending it bouncing down the corridor. It detonated harmlessly against a bulkhead, leaving a blackened crater but failing to slow Gravemind. With no ranged options left, Marvin pivoted to close quarters. The Dalkari might have been bigger, but raw aggression was in the Terran's blood. He sidestepped a bone-breaking blow, then hammered a fist into Gravemind's side where flesh met cybernetics. The Warlord's underling let out a pained grunt, more angry than hurt. He swung an elbow, clipped Marvin's ribs. The force tore the wind from Marvin's lungs, sending him stumbling back. Sucking in a breath, Marvin sized up his foe. Gravemind's enhancements were advanced, but also made him slower than a fully organic fighter. If Marvin could outmaneuver him, maybe he could find a weak point in those metal joints. He feigned a lunge, drawing Gravemind's arm up in a defensive block. Then Marvin dropped low, sweeping at the Warlord's legs. Gravemind crashed to one knee, but before Marvin could press the advantage, a mechanical hand lunged out, snatching Marvin by the throat. Metal fingers tightened. Stars danced at the edges of Marvin's vision as he struggled against the crushing grip. "Your species was always too bold," Gravemind hissed, spittle flying from his lips. "Look where it got you." Choking, Marvin managed to bring his elbow down on Gravemind's arm joint. Once, twice, 3 times, until something crunched. The cyborg howled, releasing Marvin, who tumbled backward, gasping for air. He saw the Warlord's mechanical limb jerk uncontrollably, some hydraulic line severed. Gravemind tried to stand, but the damaged joint sparked, forcing him to remain on his knees. Marvin seized a broken shard of metal from the floor. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he swung the improvised blade, burying it into the side of Gravemind's neck, right where organic flesh still governed the body. The Dalkari's roar turned into a choked sputter. His single glowing eye flickered, and he collapsed in a heap, mechanical parts twitching. Panting, Marvin retrieved a sidearm from Gravemind's belt, something more advanced than the battered pistol he carried. The corridor stank of burned ozone and blood. He didn't have time to reflect on the kill. More footsteps pounded in the distance, and from the crackle of comms he guessed the station's meltdown was accelerating. Hallway monitors displayed a swirl of hazard alerts, temperature spikes, and partial decompressions across multiple decks. "A fight you can't win," Zedcath had said. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the last stand here. There was no victory in letting the entire station go up in flames around him. He needed to escape, or he'd be swallowed by the chaos. Somehow, he pushed through corridor after corridor, snatching what gear he could from fallen mercenaries. A half-full medkit here, a plasma blade there. His mind honed into the zone, each footstep purposeful, each breath measured. He was battered and bruised, but adrenaline kept him moving. He finally reached the main route leading to the hangars, where the largest docking bays were. Great plumes of smoke billowed from overhead vents, and the echo of firefights drifted from all sides. Up ahead, 2 security mechs stood guard at the sealed hangar doors, likely reprogrammed by bounty hunters to keep him locked inside. Through the cracked windows, Marvin saw a cluster of ships, some half attached to docking clamps, others forcibly pried open or shot to pieces. But there were still a few that looked space-worthy. Clutching a stolen sidearm, Marvin gauged the approach. The mechs were older models, but still lethal. Each had an energy cannon for an arm and thick plating across their torsos. He considered using a stealth approach, but any attempt to sneak by would be overshadowed by the fact they were likely scanning for his exact heat signature. No, this would be a direct confrontation. If he failed, he was done. Stepping from the shadows, he raised the sidearm and fired a volley of energy bolts at the nearest mech. They left glowing impacts but didn't penetrate the heavy plating. The mechs whirred, turning their blank visors toward him, each letting out a mechanical warning beep. They advanced in unison, arms humming with power. Marvin dove behind a collapsed beam as a barrage of energy blasts tore through the corridor. Sparks rained down, and molten metal dripped where the shots had superheated the station structure. Leaning out, he returned fire, but it was like pelting a tank with pebbles. One thought hammered in his mind: aim for vulnerable joints. He focused on the narrow gaps where the mech's arm servos met their torsos. He unleashed shot after shot, praying something would connect. One mech jerked as an energy bolt found a gap, short-circuiting the elbow. Its arm dangled uselessly. Encouraged, Marvin pressed forward, sliding under a hail of blasts. The second mech pivoted, stepping over debris in a clumsy attempt to track him. Marvin hurled a mini-explosive. The blast rocked the corridor, sending the second mech staggering. Its sensor array cracked, black smoke pouring out. With a fierce growl, Marvin sprang onto the damaged mech's back. He jammed his plasma blade into the access panel behind its neck, twisting until he heard a pop and whine. Sparks erupted and the mech toppled forward, arms flailing before going limp. One down. The first mech, partially crippled at the arm, fired an erratic volley that slammed into the deck. Metal shrapnel ricocheted, slicing across Marvin's forearm. Biting back pain, he leaped aside, searching for another vantage. Then an idea struck him. He tore open the remains of the second mech's chest cavity and yanked out its power core, a glowing cylinder thrumming with unstable energy. The first mech advanced, servos whining, raising its cannon for a final shot. Marvin lobbed the power core like a makeshift grenade. The mech had only a split second to react before the core smashed against its chest. A searing flash engulfed the corridor in a swirl of electric arcs, and the mech convulsed violently, then collapsed in a smoking heap. Panting, Marvin eyed the sealed door. It was locked with some advanced override, but his new plasma blade made short work of the control panel. Sparks flew, and the door groaned open just enough for him to squeeze through. The hangar spread before him, filled with battered ships. Alarms whooped, lights flickered. Another squad of mercenaries might burst in at any second, but for now he was alone. He scanned for a vessel that looked both functional and easy to pilot. His gaze settled on a mid-sized freighter with a patchwork of welded hull plates, likely a smuggler's craft. That would do. He sprinted across the scorched deck, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The ramp hissed open at his approach. Inside, the cockpit was a mess of wires, but the console still glowed. He sank into the pilot's seat, hammered the ignition sequence, and prayed the old beast would come alive. Engines sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. A grin tugged at his lips. He guided the ship up, out of the docking clamps that still partially held it in place. The external sensors showed a cluster of smaller craft homing in, bounty hunters who had caught wind of his location. But Marvin engaged the thrusters to maximum, letting the freighter lurch free from the station. He jinked past debris and tore into open space. Zinth Station dwindled behind him, flames flickering along sections of its hull. He wondered if it would survive the day or drift forever as a broken husk, but that was no longer his concern. His next move was to vanish, gather himself, and make for Comar 7. Solvex Draal's hunters would be relentless, but at least now Marvin had a fighting chance. He set the autopilot to a random vector, then slumped in the seat. Blood crusted his torn sleeve, bruises throbbed across his body. But a deeper wound was the knowledge that he was no longer just a man outrunning his past. He was a living genetic prize, a war trophy, a holy grail for unscrupulous warlords. And if Solvex Draal got his hands on him, the entire galaxy might tremble under an army of human clones. Marvin closed his eyes, allowing exhaustion to flood him momentarily. "One fight down," he muttered. "Plenty more to go." Cold wind whipped across the icy plains of Comar 7 as Marvin stepped off his stolen freighter. The ramp lowered onto a frozen tundra, etched with jagged cliffs of bluish ice, and fierce snow flurries clawed at his face. Every breath burned in his lungs as the sub-zero air hammered him with its brutal chill. Just a few paces away, a small settlement sprawled, a huddle of dome-shaped habitats connected by tunnels, carved into the ice, each sporting flickering exterior lights that fought against the eternal dusk. This was a world forever locked in a glacial twilight, orbiting a fading sun. Marvin pulled his tattered jacket closer around him, though it offered little protection. The stolen craft's sensors had shown minimal life signs here, mostly concentrated within that settlement. According to the coordinates Sarah provided, this was the place, a neutral outpost used by smugglers, exiles, and occasionally rebel cells. If Sarah had arranged a rendezvous, it would be somewhere within these frostbitten corridors. As he approached the airlock of the nearest dome, a heavy clang announced the opening of a viewport. A pair of insectoid eyes peered out. "Password!" came a raspy demand. Marvin shook his head. He'd not been given any password. "Sarah Juno sent me." The eyes narrowed, then disappeared. A tense few seconds passed, and the airlock hissed open. Inside waited a tall, muscular figure wearing a weather-beaten cloak. It took Marvin a moment to place the species. A ducky, similar to the brute who'd tried to challenge him back on Zinth Station. But this one's features were different, less brutish, more respectful. "I am Drek Valor," the stranger said in a gravelly voice, stepping aside to let Marvin enter. The airlock sealed behind them, cycling a gust of slightly warmer air across their faces. "Sarah told me to watch for a human. Didn't believe I'd see the day." Marvin sized him up. The ducky stood a head taller, purple-skinned and horned, but his posture lacked hostility. Instead, there was a faint reverence in his eyes. "You're not here to claim the bounty?" Marvin asked bluntly. Valor snorted. "If I wanted your bounty, I could have shot you the moment you stepped off your ship. But no, I've come to join you." Raising an eyebrow, Marvin followed Valor through a winding corridor that led into a sparse common area. Ice crystals, clung to the interior walls, and the glow of portable heaters cast dancing shadows. In a corner, Sarah Juno stood, tinkering with a battered console. She looked up and gave Marvin a grim nod. "You made it. Wasn't sure you would." "Barely," Marvin said. "And now you're telling me I have a new sidekick." Valor bristled. "I'm no sidekick, Terran. I have my own reasons for hating Solvex Dral." He paused as if wrestling with how much to share. "Dral conquered my homeworld and forced my people into labour camps. I lost my clan to his brutality. I've watched him experiment on prisoners, turning them into mindless cyborg weapons. The rumour is he wants you to create an even deadlier force. So you understand, my place is here, opposing him." Marvin studied the darkie's face. There was a sincerity in those deep-set eyes, something that resonated with Marvin's own experiences of betrayal and oppression. Maybe allies can come from unexpected places. Sarah stepped between them, arms crossed. "Look, we don't have time for lengthy trust exercises. Solvex Dral's scouts are everywhere, and if you think you escaped Zinth Station quietly, think again. The bounty hunters know you're here, or they soon will." "What's the plan then?" Marvin asked. "I've hacked into a few intelligence channels," Sarah said, tapping at a portable holoprojector. An image flickered, showing the star system around Kamar 7. "Dral's fleet is en route, but he'll likely send an advance team first. If they pinpoint your location, they'll bomb us from orbit or surround the planet with warships." "So we ambush them before they can lock down the orbit," Marvin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Not quite," Sarah countered. "We don't have the numbers or firepower to face them in open space, but down here, in the ice canyons, we can set traps, lure them into kill zones." Valor grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. "Your species was famed for your cunning tactics, or so the stories go. Show me, Terran." Marvin cracked a half smile. He never thought he'd be the champion of the so-called human paradox, the unstoppable combination of aggression and adaptability. But times had changed. He had a warlord to defy, a galaxy to outwit, and perhaps a species legacy to defend, if only for his own stubborn pride. They spent the next hours fortifying the settlement's perimeter. Valor proved adept at hauling heavy munitions and drilling local volunteers in combat manoeuvres. Sarah coordinated the creation of makeshift mines from salvaged generator cores, rigging them to explode when triggered by specific scanners. Marvin mapped out the canyon routes, marking choke points on a series of crude holo displays. The outpost's handful of residents, mostly outcasts and smugglers, volunteered grudgingly. They didn't relish tangling with Solvex Dral's forces, but the alternative, surrendering a Terran on the run, risked even worse repercussions. Bounty or no bounty, the outpost's fate was sealed the moment Marvin arrived. The only choice was to fight. While others scrambled to build defences, Marvin found a quiet corner in an abandoned ice tunnel to upgrade his gear. He fitted the battered sidearm with extended energy capacitors, though they might blow out after a few shots. He also replaced the handle of his plasma blade with a sturdier grip, ensuring it wouldn't slip in the heat of battle. The relentless wind howled through crevices, a chilling reminder that time was short. Just as the finishing touches were placed on the outpost's defences, the skies above Kamar 7 came alive with incoming craft. The settlement scanners crackled as starship signatures popped up in orbit. A half-dozen smaller dropships broke atmosphere, heading straight for their coordinates. "Everyone to positions!" Sarah hollered over the comm. Alarm klaxons reverberated. The residents rushed to the vantage points, some climbing rickety platforms atop the domes. Others crouched behind jagged spires of ice, weapons aimed at the sky. Marvin took cover on a ridge overlooking the main approach, where the canyon walls funneled potential attackers into a narrow corridor. Valor crouched beside him, hefting a bulky energy cannon. "If they land there, we hit them from both sides, yes?" Exactly, Marvin said, scanning through a battered scope. And if they try to flank us, Sarah's mines will handle it. Within minutes, the first dropship descended in a swirl of thrusters, kicking up snow. The craft's doors slid open, releasing a platoon of heavily armed aliens. Dalkari warriors, mercenaries of various species, and a few glinting droids. They fanned out in formation, sensors sweeping the rocky ice terrain. Another dropship circled overhead, likely scanning for hidden defences. Marvin braced himself. Wait for it. Wait, he muttered. The tension coiled around him like an overwound spring. The Dalkari troopers advanced, stepping right onto the line Sarah had designated. Then Marvin gave a subtle hand signal. At once, the outpost defenders unleashed a barrage of energy fire. White-hot bolts streaked from vantage points, striking the troopers who reeled in confusion. Mines exploded underfoot, sending icy shrapnel and alien limbs flying. Volor's cannon roared, a salvo of high-impact rounds punching holes in the unsuspecting vanguard. Marvin fired controlled bursts from his upgraded sidearm, picking off stragglers. The canyon echoed with a cacophony of war, screams, blasts, and the unrelenting hiss of energy bolts. But these weren't the low-level bounty hunters from Zinth Station. This wave had discipline. They regrouped, returning fire with precision. A volley of their own shots pelted the defenders' cover, forcing them to duck. One dome to the south took a direct hit from an anti-armor round, ripping it open and spilling pressurized air into the freezing atmosphere. Marvin heard the terrified screams of outpost dwellers as they scrambled for safety. Cursing, he signalled Sarah. "Get those people evacuated. We can't hold if they breach the domes." Sarah's voice crackled back. "Trying, but they're coming in too fast. Another wave just touched down on the far side of the settlement." Marvin turned to Volor. "We can't let them flank us or we're done." Volor nodded, face grim. "I'll rally some fighters to the south. You hold here." Marvin watched as the darky jumped from the ridge, sliding down an ice embankment. He fired a covering volley at a group of troopers who tried to pin Volor down. 3 or 4 of them dropped, the rest scattering behind broken ice pillars. Marvin's heart hammered. They'd prepared well, but might not have enough to repel multiple waves. Suddenly one of the troopers emerged from behind a slope, levelling a rocket launcher at Marvin's position. He recognised it. Instantly, Dalkari model, notoriously powerful. "Oh, no you don't," Marvin snarled, lunging aside. A plume of smoke and fire engulfed the ridge as the rocket impacted, blasting away chunks of ice. Marvin crashed hard into the snow below, his coat tore, sending a stab of Arctic wind against his exposed skin. Groaning, he scrambled behind a jagged boulder. The air crackled with energy discharges. The enemy trooper advanced, reloading the launcher, a cruel grin on its face. Marvin patted his belt for another mini-explosive, only to find his supply exhausted. He was pinned with no immediate exit. Another rocket, and he was done. That's when a monstrous roar shattered the frigid air. Charging across the snowy field came a figure wearing thick, improvised armour pieces hammered into a spiked mosaic. Marvin almost didn't recognise him at first. Drek Volor. The Daki war cry echoed off the canyon walls, and he slammed into the rocketeer like a living avalanche, knocking the launcher away. One swift jab with a serrated blade ended the alien's threat. Marvin's breath plumed in icy clouds as he hauled himself upright, grasping Volor's arm to steady himself. "Thanks," he said, shivering slightly. The Darky only grunted. Then together they pressed the attack, flanking the troopers who struggled to hold formation. For a moment it seemed they might drive back the invaders. The relentless mines, the cunning crossfire, the Darky's fearless charge, it all weighed against the troopers. But as more dropships descended, it became clear that the outpost defenders were simply outnumbered. Each time they felled a squad, Another took its place. Marvin's earpiece crackled with Sarah's panicked voice. "Marvin, they have armor support now. Light walkers rolling in from the east. We can't hold the domes. We have to fall back into the tunnels." "Damn," Marvin muttered. "All right, coordinate the retreat. We'll cover you." Volor spat on the frozen ground, frustration etched across his face. "Cowards. All of them." "It's not cowardice," Marvin said firmly, gripping the Darky's shoulder. "We're overwhelmed. Retreat's the only way to survive and keep fighting. Help me rally them." The Darky's initial anger subsided, replaced by a stern nod. Together they signalled the remaining defenders to pull back. The battlefield became a desperate dance. Defenders scrambled behind improvised barricades, firing potshots to slow the enemy. One by one, the domes fell silent, either evacuated or destroyed under heavy artillery fire. The sky turned a sickly orange as tracer rounds streaked overhead. Marvin and Volor led a ragged group deeper into the ice tunnels, guiding them to an underground labyrinth where Sarah believed they could hide from aerial scans. The corridors were cramped, dripping with icicles, and the lights flickered ominously. Everyone's breath hung in the air, and exhaustion weighed on every step. Some carried wounded comrades, others shook uncontrollably, traumatized by the fierce onslaught. At last they reached a cavernous chamber lit by portable lamps. Sarah stood at a makeshift command station, face drawn. "We've lost half the outpost," she whispered. "The survivors are here, maybe a few scattered. No idea if they'll make it." Volor growled, slamming a fist into the ice wall. "We were not prepared for so many." Marvin took stock of the battered group. A dozen fighters left from an original few dozen. They were outmatched. "We still have the advantage of terrain. These tunnels are extensive and their scanners might be thrown off by the ice deposits. We hunker down, reorganize." Sarah exhaled. "And then what? We can't stay here forever. Dral's forces will eventually comb through every tunnel." A long silence fell over the survivors, broken only by the distant rumble of artillery reverberating through the frozen ground. The lines of worry on everyone's faces told the same story. They were cornered. If Solvex Dral himself arrived, it would be over in hours, not days. "We strike back," Marvin said, voice quiet but resolute. "On our terms. Make them regret coming here." Volor gave a solemn nod, as if a spark of defiance lit within him. "I'll follow you, Terran, until my last breath, if that's what it takes." Sarah glanced between them. "We need more than brute force. We need a plan." Marvin nodded, turning to the flickering holomap. "Then let's find one, because I'm not letting Drael make me his trophy, and I'm sure as hell not letting him wipe out everyone who stands in his way." The ice tunnels of Comar 7 were eerily silent as Marvin Griggs and Drek Volor led a small team through winding passages. A dull ache in Marvin's battered body reminded him of every close call he'd faced, from the brawls on Zinth Station to the recent battle at the outpost. Behind him, a dozen grim-faced survivors marched, clutching improvised weapons. Sarah brought up the rear, scanning a portable sensor that tracked enemy movements above. They came upon a massive cavern where the ice overhead formed a crystalline dome. Glowing stalactites cast a faint blue luminescence. Here they set their trap. Sarah fiddled with a device jammed into the icy floor, a multi-phase explosive rigged to the surrounding labyrinth. The plan was risky but straightforward. Lure the bulk of the invaders into the cavern, then detonate the structure, burying them under tons of ice. "They're fanning out," Sarah said, checking her sensor. "A large group heading this way, probably 70 or more with at least 2 walkers. They must have followed our tracks." Marvin scanned the pale, shimmering walls. If the explosion was large enough, the entire ceiling would collapse and crush anything inside. That included them, if they didn't time their exit perfectly. "Positions," he ordered, voice echoing. "Remember, we need to make them believe we're cornered, not waiting in ambush." Volor posted half the survivors on the far side of the cavern, hiding behind ice formations. He and Marvin took the central path, leading a few decoys who looked wounded and desperate. Sarah manned the trigger for the explosives at a vantage point near an old mining shaft that hopefully led to an escape route. They waited, tension thick as frost. Soon, the thunder of metal feet and mechanical whirs echoed through the tunnels. The first to appear were Dalkari soldiers in black spiked armour. Scanners beeped on their shoulders, searching for life signs. Behind them lumbered the Lightwalkers, two-legged machines bristling with cannons. Seeing the scope of the approaching force, some survivors stifled panicked gasps. Marvin forced himself to remain calm, remembering the countless times Terran forces had faced insurmountable odds and found a way. "Eyes front," Volor rumbled quietly. "They must see us, so they charge forward." Moments later, the lead soldiers spotted Marvin and Volor. Shouts echoed through the cavern, followed by energy blasts that seared the ice. Marvin dove behind a half-collapsed column, returning fire just enough to keep the soldiers engaged. With calculated steps, the enemy moved in, pushing deeper into the chamber. The ground shook under the weight of the walkers. "Keep firing," Marvin shouted to his group, making sure they only used minimal shots. They had to feign desperation and not reveal the entire plan. The troopers advanced rapidly, convinced they'd cornered their quarry. A few mercenaries broke off to flank from the sides, stumbling right into the hidden defenders. Volor's team erupted from their cover, cutting down the flankers with savage efficiency. It worked. The main Dalkari force surged forward, determined to crush them. Soon, the cavern was filled with the thunder of weapons. The dome overhead crackled as stray blasts struck ice. Just a few more meters. Marvin glanced at Sarah's position. She raised a hand, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Her finger pressed the trigger. A split-second hush, then a colossal rumble as the explosives detonated in a sequence. The floor bucked. Huge slabs of ice snapped free from the dome overhead, crashing down in a deadly cascade. Screams filled the cavern, drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing ice. The walkers had no time to evade. They were buried under thousands of tons of glacial debris. Dalkari soldiers scrambled, many crushed instantly. Others vanished in swirling clouds of pulverized snow. Marvin felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire cavern was caving in around them, so he signalled the survivors. "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the old mining shaft, Sarah leading the way. Ice chunks plummeted from above, smashing into the ground where they stood seconds earlier. The walls shook so violently that for a moment Marvin feared the entire tunnel system would collapse. They reached the shaft entrance, stumbling over broken rock and frozen bodies. Volor pushed aside a chunk of debris to let a limping comrade through. Sarah, panting, darted to a battered control panel, activating an ancient hoist that rattled downward. The group clambered onto the shaky platform, and it lurched upward toward another layer of tunnels. Below, the cavern was now a choked ruin, muffling the last echoes of dying troopers. When they emerged at a higher level, the survivors tried to catch their breath. Many had that haunted look of people who just witnessed an apocalypse. Marvin clapped Volor on the shoulder. "We did it." But Volor's gaze was fixed on a flickering device strapped to his forearm, a field scanner. "There's another cluster inbound." Marvin felt his stomach tighten. "They must have held a reserve force," Volor nodded grimly. "And they're bigger. 100 strong, maybe more, plus air support. They're converging on the entrance of these tunnels." A weary hush fell over the survivors. They'd thrown everything into that ambush, only to learn they still faced an even larger threat. "We can't handle another wave like that," Sarah said, voice trembling. "Not here." Marvin's jaw clenched. "Then we don't fight them here. We take the fight to them." A wild plan took shape in his mind. Use the stolen freighter, slip behind enemy lines, and strike at their leadership. Maybe even target Solvex Draal's flagship if it was in orbit. If they cut off the snake's head, the body might wither. Volor nodded in approval. I like the sound of that. If we can kill Solvex Draal, the rest might scatter. Sarah bit her lip. You're talking about direct assault on the most powerful warlord in this region, one who commands entire fleets. Marvin's eyes flickered with defiance. Better to die on our feet than slowly freeze to death in these tunnels. An hour later, under the constant threat of discovery, Marvin, Volor, Sierra, and a handful of volunteers slipped back to the surface. They used underground passages to evade detection, reaching the battered remains of the outpost. To their relief, Marvin's stolen freighter still lay parked on the ice flats, partially hidden by the swirling snow. Maybe the invaders didn't bother destroying it, assuming it was too damaged to escape. They boarded quickly, sealing the ramp behind them. Sarah rushed to the cockpit, verifying the engines were intact. We're in luck. The thrusters are operational. She fired up the controls, the hull shuddering as systems came online. Volor and the volunteers manned what meagre weapon stations the freighter had. A single forward cannon and some improvised turrets. Marvin stood at Sarah's shoulder, scanning the sensor readouts. We've got multiple hostiles in low orbit, she said. No sign of Draal's flagship yet, but he might be in a cruiser. Marvin set his jaw. Then let's find it. Sarah took a deep breath. Strap in. The freighter roared off the ice, thrusters melting a crater into the tundra. The battered ship soared into Comar 7's dark skies, forging through a blockade of Dalkari fighters. Laser bolts sizzled past, but Volor's accurate turret fire kept pursuers at bay. Within minutes they broke atmosphere and faced a ring of warships. Alarms wailed in the cockpit as targeting reticules locked on. "Evasive manoeuvres," Marvin barked. Sarah nodded, hands dancing over the controls. The freighter spiraled, weaving through beams of energy. A near miss rattled the hull, but the craft held together. On the sensor display, a large cruiser loomed, flanked by smaller escort ships. Volor's voice crackled over the intercom. That big one is broadcasting the Imperator's code. Could be Draal's personal vessel. Perfect, Marvin said. Let's see if we can land on it. Land on it? Sarah's eyes widened. Are you insane? He gave a grim smile. Yes, but if we cripple the flagship from within, we stand a chance of scattering the entire invasion force. You said yourself, kill the head. She exhaled, nodding once. All right, let's do something crazy. With a surge of thrusters, the freighter blasted toward the looming cruiser. Enemy cannons locked on, unleashing a barrage. Each near hit made the console flash warnings. One shot scorched the port side, causing the freighter to shudder violently. Sarah grit her teeth. Brace for impact. Going in hot. At the last second, she angled the freighter's nose down. The cruiser's hull rushed up to meet them, overshadowed by the wide docking bays. With precise timing, Sarah skidded the freighter through a partial energy shield, scraping metal on metal in a screech of sparks. They slammed into the docking bay's deck, flipping a smaller Dalkari shuttle in the process. Marvin's vision blurred momentarily from the crash. As the freighter's engines died, the docking clamps snapped into place, sealing them in. Sirens wailed, and the bay's doors began to close. Sarah powered down the ship. We've only got minutes before they overwhelm us. Marvin unbuckled his harness and grabbed his weapons. Then let's make them count. Volor and the others joined him at the hatch, each prepared for a final stand. With a hiss of pressurized air, the ramp lowered. They emerged into chaos, Dalkari soldiers sprinting toward them from all directions, blaster fire streaking across the cavernous bay. Marvin and Volor led the charge, returning fire and using the wrecked ships as cover. The volunteers fanned out, setting up suppressive fire. Sarah ducked behind crates, hacking into a wall panel to override security systems. One by one, the defenders fell to well-placed shots or took cover behind shattered hull fragments. Marvin shoved aside a metal crate, diving behind it as a hail of bolts hammered the deck. He leaned out, squeezed the trigger, and dropped 2 Dalkari troopers. Volor roared, physically hurling one soldier into a group of others. Then a hush fell over the bay, punctuated only by the hum of approaching energy fields. The lights flickered, and a heavy door slid open. A towering figure stepped through, Solvex Dral. Purple-skinned, like Volor, but with elaborate armour that glowed with integrated tech. Metal tusks jutted from his jaw, and each footfall resonated with authority. "Marvin Griggs," Dral called, his voice echoing. "I've travelled across star systems to collect what's in your veins. Stand down, and I may spare these pitiful creatures." Marvin stepped out from cover, ignoring the protest in his battered limbs. "You must have me confused with someone who surrenders." Dral let out a low, menacing laugh. Then he lunged, crossing the bay in a burst of augmented speed. Marvin raised his weapon, but Dral's gauntlet knocked it aside like a toy. The warlord slammed Marvin into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the metal. Agony flared through Marvin's spine. Dral's grip clamped around Marvin's neck, threatening to crush his windpipe. "You were made to be my soldier," Dral hissed. "I will shape your species' genetic heritage into the greatest army in the galaxy." Marvin's vision blurred, but he found the strength to ram an elbow into Dral's side. The warlord snarled and tossed Marvin across the bay. He landed hard, rolling to a stop near a discarded energy lance. Gasping for air, he clutched the weapon, flipping its activation switch. Its blade crackled with neon power. Dral stormed forward. "Pathetic human. Your kind was nearly eradicated for a reason." Marvin forced a tight grin. "Yeah, because we scared the hell out of everyone." He sprang to his feet in a whirlwind of motion, driving the lance at Dral's midsection. The warlord caught it, metal tusks gleaming, but Marvin twisted the hilt, unleashing a surge of energy that sparked across Dral's armour. Dral roared, staggering back. Enraged, he lashed out, smashing Marvin's forearm and sending the lance clattering away. They grappled, each blow resonating like thunder. Dral's enhanced limbs threatened to overpower Marvin at every turn, but the Terran's cunning and raw tenacity prevented a quick kill. When Dral threw a punishing right hook, Marvin ducked and responded with a savage headbutt. Pain exploded in his skull, but Dral reeled, the impact cracking one of his metal tusks. Volor, seeing an opening, fired a volley at Dral's flank. The warlord growled, turning to block the shots. Marvin seized the moment to grab the snapped-off tusk from the floor. In a single fluid motion, he rammed the sharpened metal shard through Dral's throat. The warlord's eyes widened, leaking purple blood. A choking sound escaped his lips. Staggering, Dral tried to speak but only managed a gurgle. He crumpled to his knees. Marvin, breathing hard, watched as the unstoppable conqueror collapsed in a heap, metal tusk embedded in his neck. Silence swept the bay. Dalkari soldiers froze in shock. Their leader, the High Imperator, lay slain at the hands of a single human. Slowly they began to back away, uncertain and demoralized. Marvin coughed, spitting blood. "Anyone else want to collect that bounty?" he rasped. Not a soul moved. Fear radiated in their wide eyes. In unspoken unity, the Dalkari troopers began retreating from the docking bay. Moments later, klaxons blared. Someone triggered a self-destruct sequence, likely a failsafe. Sarah sprinted to Marvin's side. "We have to go. The ship is going to blow." They dashed back onto the freighter, battered survivors in tow. Engines sputtered but roared to life. Volor took the gunner's seat, covering them as they soared out of the cruiser's docking bay. The entire warship shuddered, explosions rippling across its hull. Dalkari escorts. Ships scattered in disarray, no longer united by Dral's command. The freighter raced clear just as the cruiser erupted in a brilliant fireball, scattering molten debris across the starfield. Word spread with the speed of interstellar rumour. The Terran named Marvin Griggs had killed High Imperator Solvex Dral and escaped the wreckage of his cruiser. Over the following weeks, various mercenary factions rescinded the bounty. No one was eager to test fate against a man who single-handedly brought down a feared warlord. The Dalkari forces, leaderless, fractured into warring splinters. Comar 7 survivors reclaimed their outpost, forging a new alliance under Sarah's guidance. And Drek Valor, once an enemy species, now followed Marvin with unwavering loyalty. Marvin himself slipped back into the underbelly of the galaxy. He didn't care about being a hero or living up to the legends that sprang up around him. Stories circulated that he was the human paradox, a living testament to the unstoppable ferocity and cunning that once made his species both feared and nearly eradicated. Some said he roamed the fringe stations, teaching others how to fight. Others claimed he was building a secret colony of Terrans, and a few whispered that he'd vanished altogether, content to drink away the nightmares in a forgotten corner of space. One day, in a dusty, out-of-the-way bar at the edge of the frontier, a battered figure walked in. The patrons went silent, their eyes darting to a sign behind the counter that read, "No fights or else." The figure ordered a drink. An alien 2 stools down muttered, That's him, the human paradox." Marvin sipped from his cup, letting the burn of cheap liquor remind him he was still alive. The barkeep eyed him nervously, but Marvin only nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He wasn't here to cause trouble. He had no grand ambition to rule or to prove. He was just a man who refused to die, a man who carried the weight of an entire near-extinct species on his shoulders. "Thanks for the drink," he said softly, finishing it in one gulp. Around him, the bar's patrons stayed hushed, as if waiting for the next explosion of violence. But Marvin merely set the cup down and stood up. At the door he paused, glancing over his shoulder, the glint of an unspoken warning in his eyes. Then he was gone, swallowed by the neon twilight of the frontier, a living legend among alien races, an unbroken reminder that humankind's spirit was still alive, still defiant, and, more than ever, still dangerously unpredictable. And so his story spread, a caution and a promise all at once. The galaxy remembered. You should never, ever underestimate a human.